Ya, kami haturkan ucapan selamat datang kepada Bapak dan Ibu para peserta dari CONNECTI 2022 di hari kedua. Dipersilakan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang berada di barisan depan terlebih dahulu. Sebelum mungkin Bapak dan Ibu nanti mengikuti keseluruhan acara yang sesaat lagi akan segera dimulai. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside the building, we'd like to invite you to come inside the Gedung Merdeka's building and please choose the seat in the front row first, because in a moment we will start the whole series of CONNECTI 2022 Day 2. Ya, sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu para peserta CONNECTI 2022 di hari kedua ini, selamat datang di Gedung Merdeka dan kami persilahkan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia dan kami persilahkan untuk dapat menempati barisan tempat duduk yang berada di depan terlebih dahulu, baru kemudian mengisi barisan yang berada di belakang. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu kami persilahkan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang berada di barisan terdepan terlebih dahulu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to please come inside the Gedung Merdeka and please choose the seats on the front row first, because we will start the event in a moment. Thank you very much. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for all the participants who are still outside the building, we would like to invite you to please come inside the Gedung Merdeka's building and please have a seat, choose the seat in the front row first, because we will start the event in a moment.
Combined created. Please.
Once again, we would like to invite to all the participants to come inside Gedung Merdeka's building. CONNECTI 2022 Day 2 will start in a moment. We would like to invite you to please have a seat. Choose the seat in the front row first. Thank you very much.
No, really, parent. So many people who are not connected. Someone is connected. Combine to code, combine podium.
Good afternoon and welcome to Gedung Merdeka for the second day of CONNECTI 2022. For your information, during this event, we make sure that we follow health protocols. Swab test is compulsory to all participants offline prior to the event, using mask at all time, and amount of participants offline is also limited, adjusting to the size of the building. And in a few moments, we will start the whole series of events, so please remain seated. For your safety reason, please allow us to inform you about safety procedures in case an emergency situation occurs during this event. The procedure is our action to secure your safety during the event. If there is anything unclear, please ask our staff members. This building has safety equipment such as hydrant, fire extinguishers, first aid kit, and some emergency exits. Please inform our staff member if you need some of the safety equipments. But if an emergency arises which requires the site to be evacuated, please do not panic. Stay calm in your seats and follow our lead to exit the building. We will guide you through the emergency exit doors, which are in every corner of the building. It will lead you to go through the emergency evacuation route. After you walk through the route, you will arrive at the assembly points outside the building. There are 4 assembly points outside the building, at Sukarno Street and beside the Asia-Africa Conference Building. From there, we will guide you to the last assembly point, which is at the Grand Mosque of Bandung. Thank you for your attention to listening this safety induction. We hope you will enjoy our event.
Indonesia. And now, greetings from Toronto, Canada, our first journey of the long destination, because now we are on a long tour.
We call the tour is 1,000 kilometer plus terracotta road. We bring our clay culture to the world. We will going to 9 countries, Canada, Norway, Denmark, Switzerland, Czech, Germany, Philippines, and Thailand.
Yeah, it's a very long journey. We will going about how many months?
Around 6
6 months. And yeah, we will our long journey to bring our culture, and we are so glad to be a part of this event, G20 Indonesia Connectivity, People and the Next Economy Recovering Together. We are representing the creative economy communities in Indonesia.
We also very happy that we are connected with the Embassy and the Consulate General of Indonesia in Ottawa and Toronto. The team of Bapak Daniel and Ibu Dia are facilitating us to visit icon in Toronto. We make videos and hosted us kindly, so we feel like home.
And everyone, please keep updates of our long journey on our Instagram at Lahir Musik. See you!
See you!
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Sampurasun. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of CONNECTI 2022, presented to you by the government of West Java, supported by West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee, Bank BJB, British Council, Indonesia Creative City Network, Pebble, and Asia Africa Conference Museum. And on this beautiful second day, I would like to welcome the honorable speakers and moderators, and also to all participants who have joined us today, whether offline here at Gedung Merdeka or online through Webex application, through YouTube Humas Jabar, and through YouTube Kompas. First, let us say grace to the God Almighty. It is because of His continued blessing that we are able to gather here when we are still here at Gedung Merdeka, the historical building where the Asian African Conference was held in 1955. And it is a pleasure for me, Agi Rahmawati, to be your host for CONNECTI 2022 Day 2. Please give a warm applause. Before we start the whole series of event at Day 2, let me inform you that this event will be conducted in English, and for the online participants who joins through Webex application who need assistance in translation, please tap the round button on the left bottom. After that, the taskbar interpretation will appear, then choose the language that you prefer. Then click the original audio floor option. After that, there will be another taskbar control. Then you can move the cursor to the left for interpretation, or you can move the cursor to the right for the original sound. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, sebelum kita memulai rangkaian acara pada siang hari ini, saya informasikan bahwa keseluruhan acara akan dilaksanakan dalam bahasa Inggris, dan bagi para peserta yang bergabung secara daring menggunakan aplikasi Webex dan membutuhkan bantuan terjemahan, silahkan tap gambar bulat yang terdapat di pojok kiri bawah, dan setelah itu akan muncul taskbar interpretation. Silahkan pilih bahasa yang diinginkan, yaitu bahasa Indonesia, dan setelah itu Bapak dan Ibu dapat mengklik pilihan original audio floor, dan nanti akan muncul taskbar kontrol lainnya. Setelah itu silahkan untuk menggerakkan kursor ke arah kiri untuk bantuan terjemahan, ataupun Bapak dan Ibu bisa menggerakkan kursor ke arah kanan untuk mendengarkan suara asli. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we entering the agenda for today, let me inform you a little bit about the opening act that you just saw earlier. Lair is the music project from Jatiwangi, West Java, which was founded in early 2018. Lair's music is inspired by classic tarling, which is explored in the typical Pantura style, raw and as is. The songs depart from the experience of living in the North Coast regions. It tells story about fishermen, the chaos of the North Coast route, local politics situation, and also optimisms of the working class. The tile and clay musical instruments that are played by the member are entirely made from Jatiwangi soil. And now the group is on their 1,000-kilometer world tour. And it is a pleasure and an honor for us to have them tape their performances and send it to us, and we can see their performances on the second day of CONNECTI 2022. Furthermore, let me give you a recap on what happened at the first day, yesterday. We had two panels. The first panel talking about rebuilding agendas, resetting priorities, creative economy in times of disruptions. And the second panel yesterday talking about creative economy and the future work. And also yesterday, we had mini talk show with the Telkomsel President Commissioner, Mr. Wisnutama Kusubandio, talking about creative economy and the digital age, with Mrs. Dwinita Larasati as the moderator. And today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there will be two plenary sessions, there will be two panels, and also later on after the panel, we will have book launching, and at the end of the day, we will witness the closing ceremony of CONNECTI City 2022 with the Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil. And to kick off the second day of CONNECTI City 2022, we will enter the third plenary of the event. And at this panel, we will have 5 speakers. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start this third panel, we will listen to the keynote speech from the co-chair of T20 TF5, CEO at B from Asian Development Bank. Please welcome, join us online, Mr. Dean Tatsushi Sonobe. Would you please?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon from Tokyo. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of Connect City, the world's third conference on creative economy, as well as other speakers and the participants. I'm delighted to be part of this conference commemorating the momentum of Asia-Africa solidarity and KAA archives designation as precious asset of World Heritage by UNESCO in 2015. It's a great pleasure to provide some remarks in this session. To you. First, I join many other speakers in emphasizing that promoting creative economy is a really good idea because of creative economy's various virtues. Then I will talk about how to scale creative economy. Good ideas may not necessarily scale. A good idea that delivers a lot of benefits to small groups may not do the same to much larger groups. Another good idea proves beneficial everywhere, but benefits may not grow as expected. So we need to think how to make creative economy more widespread and make it grow faster. This is my second message. Thirdly, I'd like to argue that we need global research and dissemination, collaboration of deep and wide comparative studies of successes and failures of creative economy promotion efforts. And I'd like to report a small progress that happened very recently. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the creative economy sectors and subsectors were on a good pace. They were on pace to account for 10% of global GDP by 2030. And no wonder, creative economy has various virtues. It offers a unique means of developing international trade based on cultural distinctiveness and diversity. The Bali Agenda on Creative Economy, adopted in 2018, described it as a bridge for communication and understanding between countries and cultures, connecting urban, metropolitan, and rural ecosystems with low initial barriers of entry. At the time of growing youth unemployment, the creative economy can yield high-value social and cultural capital for the whole world. Its social capital potential can be multiplied by the cross-fertilization or cross-pollination of the civil society through the G20 engagement groups such as Gender Equality and Inclusion, W20, or Youth 20, Business 20, Value 20, and Urban Development 20, together with Think 20, which is a community of think tankers. They can consolidate the legacy of International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. Connect City is one of such opportunities that is pivotal to illustrate concretely the togetherness part of the G20 Indonesia's agenda. I hope this conference adds value to creative economy and development. Creative economy is labor intensive and well aligned with circular economy. Creative economy has young talent and micro, small, medium enterprises as its drivers and is well aligned with social inclusion. Digitalization will play a big role in it. The pandemic has accelerated the transformations in labor market and the adoption of digital technologies. Enabling young people, females, and MSMEs to benefit from digitalization of the world economy will be crucial to alleviate the existing inequality. Moreover, there will be plenty of room for MSMEs to become more resilient to health and other crises through adoption of digital technologies and other fourth industrialization technologies. So creative economy can strengthen the delivery of the Agenda 2030 and should be part of the G20 debates on digitalization in the trade sector, on the future of work, and on infrastructure investments. It could also be among the top topics of the Development Working Group, jointly with the Tourism Working Group, and the follow-up of the G20 Italy Culture Working Group. For the last 2 years, we have seen the global economic crisis entailed by the COVID-19 pandemic has slowed down the completion of many of the SDGs, and the setbacks are in some of them, especially poverty alleviation. Unfortunately, the creative economy sectors and subsectors have been hit very hard by the pandemic itself and the containment measures induced by the pandemic crisis across the world. Last January, we expected that the Omicron variant wave had peaked or would peak soon. We expected that international tourism would finally bounce back from the adversity. But the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine has shattered our dream, and the resulting rise in fuel price, as well as uncertainty regarding economy and security in the short run and the long run, stands in the way of global recovery, not to mention tourism recovery. We really need to rejuvenate the spirit of Dasa Sila Bandung, or the 10 points of 1955 Bandung Declaration, which emphasizes peace, solidarity, and freedom in the present crisis time. This is immediate need number one. So to get back on the track, efficient and progressive investment for the targeted groups is essential. The investments should ensure the equal opportunity for women and youth in the region's urban and rural area. Due to the lack of equal opportunities, MSMEs may not be able to contribute to the creative economy development with their full capabilities. This is the short-run need. So in addition, we should think about the long-run development of creative economy. I said that before the pandemic, creative economy was on pace to account for 10% of the global GDP. But why just 10%? Why not 20%? We should think about how to scale creative economy, how to make creative economy more widespread and resilient and thriving across the global south on a larger scale. Probably it seems reasonable to begin by thinking about what is essential for creative economy development. Many people would agree that creative talents are essential. I agree. And there are creative talents in fine arts, crafts, animation, creative writing, copywriting, singing, dancing, acting, and directing. Talents are everywhere. But unfortunately, most of them fail unless they happen to be in a favorable ecosystem where various supports are available, such as nurturing talents, providing useful advice, connecting talents with worldwide networks, and even providing finance. Even if a creative talent has success, it is difficult for the success to scale because particular talent cannot be replicated. One body cannot be divided, or its clones cannot be produced. So what has to be done in this case would be to combine and coordinate the creative talent with those many people who are not talented but love to work with someone really talented. Because the creative talent cannot manage these potential supporters, there must be a good manager who can, desirably play many roles of mentor, coach, administrator, marketing expert, and so on. So this is just one example of essential ingredient for creative economy development. So managers are just one type of essential ingredient. And actually, in order to scale creative economy, there need to be various kinds of building blocks. So experts often use the term ecosystem, meaning a place or environment where various useful inputs are available. But, exactly what is the most essential, most important for the development? Nobody knows because creative economy is very diverse. So suitable ecosystem can be diverse accordingly. And among various inputs available in ecosystems, which one is really important and which one is secondary, may vary from sector to sector within creative economy. So that's why even experts are not really sure, to tell which one is the first to be developed or, procured or, nurtured or developed, and then what would be second. So it's very difficult to develop the good strategy for creative economy development strategy. So my second message is that we should try to scale creative economy seriously, and the creative economy deserves. But we have not yet identified effective strategy. So from this recognition of our current situation, it seems natural to argue that we need research, much more research, which is my third message. So what is essential and what is not essential may vary from subsector to subsector. Some type of cultural art may be successful in one country, but other types in the same country may not succeed. Or a success in Korea can be replicated in Indonesia, but may not be successful in other environments, other countries. So we need a lot of comparative studies investigating into these questions to find effective strategies for creative economy development. So collaboration of researchers around the globe on the creative economy is necessary. Last year, in 2021, ADBI gathered research articles from talented researchers on the topic of creative economy and formed a book, Creative Economy 2030, which will be delivered to the final users hopefully very soon. So there will be a book launch later. So we hope that the book will be illustrative about the sustainable and healthy way to nurture G20 roadmap on creative economy. So finally, I'd like to wish you a very successful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean Tatsushi Sonobe. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the third interactive panel. And let's begin our session by introducing our moderator on duty. She was born in Jakarta, Indonesia, studied industrial design at Institut Teknologi Bandung, Design Academy Eindhoven, and Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. In 2008, she co-founded Bandung Creative City Forum, and she is the focal point for Bandung City of Design, UNESCO Creative Cities Network, and co-founded Indonesia Creative Cities Network in 2015. She joined the International Advisory Council for Creative Industry Policy and Evidence Centers UK in 2018, and she is the member of the Indonesian Academy of Sciences and a climate leader of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. She currently works as a lecturer and researcher at the Industrial Product Design Program, Faculty of Art and Designs, Institut Teknologi Bandung. In her spare time, she makes and publishes her graphic diary. Please join us in welcoming our moderator, Ibu Dwinita Larasati. Ibu Tita, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Glad to hear that. So a new spirit for the second day, right, Bu Tita?
Right.
Okay, so I will handle the panel to you, would you please?
Thank you, Mbak Agi, Teh Agi. So good morning, everyone. Now we're on the second day of CONNECTI City. So glad to see you all here again, and also the ones joining us online through WebEx. So just to have a bit of what happened on the day one, we had this theme, post-pandemic creative economy, crisis impacts, and transformational responses. So today, our theme will be Creative Economy 2030, Contributions to a New Sustainable Economy. And on this occasion, in the first session of the day, we will have 6 speakers. So allow me to put down all these things first. So before introducing them online, actually this session will concentrate on creative economy and development. So if yesterday we've been talking about what has been done with creative economy pre-pandemic, and then during the pandemic and maybe post-pandemic, if it can be a solution and how to go about it, and we have a lot of speakers from different backgrounds and also affiliations. Today we want to see how creative economy is involved in the development in the future. Can it be included in the strategy of development in the level of local, regional, or even at the global level, and so on. So the main question in this session is, first, investing in social infrastructure with creative economy, where to do it and whom we can do it with, and so on. The second question is creative and cultural industries and the current 2030 agenda. And the third one is creative economy. Is it a factor for South-South and multilateral cooperation? We want to discuss about this as well. So now, while introducing the speakers one by one, I can see them online as well. So we will we will have Naomi Hogervorst. Hi Naomi, how are you today? I hope that the time zone suits you well this hour.
Perfect. I'm in Nairobi in Kenya, so it's just in the morning.
Nice.
Welcome all.
Nice. Thank you for joining us. So Naomi is from the Planning, Finance and Economy section of UN Habitat. It will be interesting to hear because UN Habitat will have an event soon, World Urban Forum. So it will be nice if you can also mention that. So we'll go back to you, Naomi. Thanks for being here. And then we have Denise Bucks, Chief of Programs and Stakeholder Outreach Unit, Division for Creativity at UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Denise will, I think, be screened online later. And we have Marisa Henderson. She's the Creative Economy Program Chief, UN Conference on Trade and Development, or UNTAD. I wonder if Marisa is here joining us already. We'll hear from her later. And then we have Milindo Chakrabarti. I think I see Milindo already. Hi, Milindo.
Hi.
Hi. Good
How are you
afternoon
doing?
from Bandung. Hello.
Yeah.
So Milindo is the Director of Center for Sustainability and also from Jindal Global University, Sonipat, India. And then we have Leonard Teo Sabrata. He's the President Director of SMESCO, that belongs to the Ministry of Cooperatives and Small and Medium Enterprises. And also he's the Commissioner of Sarina. And then one other speaker is Miss Joyce Yi. Hi, Joyce. Hi. Nice for you to join us today. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you for the invitation.
She's a Professor of Design and Social Innovation at School of Design, Northumbria University, and now adjunct professor at RMIT as well. So we have our speakers here, and we will start with first with Naomi. If you can say a couple of things about the theme, and then we will continue with question and answers after all the speakers are done. So on to you, Naomi, please.
Great. I think, first of all, good to see you, panelists. I also saw a glimpse of the audience in the room in Bandung. Good morning to you all, good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation to this event today. So my name is Naomi Hoogvorst, Acting Chief of the Planning, Finance and Economy section at UN Habitat. And I'm working for the Urban Practice branch, which helps with operational and normative guidance to develop that, test that, and implement it with our colleagues and partners in countries and cities. And today, I will discuss the urban dimension of the creative economy and how creative cities can be incubators for the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think I was about to present some slides, so if someone can help me to put them on, that would be great. But otherwise, I will start my presentation. Do you think it will work, if it can be shown?
Yeah, if we can have the assistance from the operators.
Great, thank you very much. Let me see if it's coming. Okay, I hope it's readable.
We can see it now, yes.
Yeah, now it's a bit better. Yeah, great. So if you can turn the slide. Because I would like to first introduce the concept of creative cities. As UN Habitat has the mandate to promote sustainable cities and communities, to promote a better quality of life for all. So creative cities emerge from different levels, individual, community and institutional creativity, inventions, innovations to challenge and reimagine how cities are planned and developed. And you can see sort of the integrated approach that it will help to co-create and activate lively and economically vibrant public spaces. I will go into detail a bit later. How it can strengthen social cohesion, how it can sort of embrace urban regeneration and respond to climate challenges. It can sort of make use of technology and innovation, and it can support how cities are being planned and managed, eventually leading to sustainable development. That's what we try to discuss today. If you can go to the next slide. But maybe first to start off with the challenge that we are also facing together. The COVID pandemic was mentioned before, but there's also an increasing spatial inequality gap. And so I think we also have to keep that in mind when we talk about creative sector and how can it actually help urban challenges. And also the urban challenges are taking place where most of the people live. As you may be aware, 4.2 billion inhabitants live in cities, and it will even grow even further to 2/3 of the world's urban population in 2050. And I think I would like to make a point here to see how we can address spatial inequalities. Because in the end, if we can solve those issues, we can make the city more efficient, productive, and resilient. And what I mean with spatial inequality is to make sure that services, qualitative public spaces, and livelihood opportunities are evenly distributed within cities. And that we make sure that there's no fragmentation, which is often manifested in cities. And also to sort of challenge the sort of interconnected challenges in different spaces in the cities. So neglected inner cities, but also public houses that are not functioning well, monofunctional residential zones. I think you can all maybe imagine the challenges that we face. And we should leverage this untapped potential of the creative industries to connect these to disadvantaged neighborhoods to urban infrastructure, services and life opportunities. And if we build more inclusive neighborhoods, we can in the end improve the city's economic situation, the identity and the social integration. And creative industries are actually exceptionally urban. They are there. So how can we tap them best? And here you can also see the numbers that sort of amplify that and say that creative industries employ up to 13% of major cities' population. So there's a huge task for the creative industries to promote sustainable urban development. And I mean economic development and employment opportunities, for example, but also social and economic and environmental development. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, maybe also sort of an inspiration. Creative cities can, in the end, make cities more inclusive and vibrant. And besides bringing those economic values, also focusing on social value and regeneration. Next, please. So if you go to the next slide. So we've seen sort of the impact on the ground what creative industries can mean in cities or globally. But I think they should be anchored in the global agendas, and they are. And here I sort of gave an overview of the Sustainable Development Goals, how they link with creativity and culture, the new urban agenda to localize the SDGs, but also the Paris Agreement. I think it's key to see how we can leverage innovation and creativity to also tackle those critical challenges. And UN Habitat has a strategic plan to focus on enhanced shared prosperity, which also links to this idea of the creative city. Next, please. And maybe to highlight sort of the new urban agenda, they're all global frameworks. They can address different sustainable development goals, such as poverty, inequality, gender inequalities, and climate. But I think here my message is that we need local action as well. And I can give you some examples later on. Local action for making sure that the decade of action that we are in, 2030 is near. What can we do to help these urban challenges with the support of these creative industries? If you can go to the next slide. I would like to share some examples of what UN Habitat has been doing to promote those key messages and also to come up with actual projects and programs to support cities, communities, and the private sector in working together to make sure that the value of sustainable urbanization can be leveraged. And here you can see the report that was developed in 2020 and the model that we see as integrated with different levels of government to make sure that the social, environmental, economic, and intangible achievements can be met. And I think it's key that we respond to the needs of the diverse needs of the communities and to also make use of them. Next, please. Also key in this context is how do we respond to the pandemic? In 2021, this report was developed, Cities and Pandemics Towards a More Just, Green and Healthy Future. And this report provides an analysis between the COVID-19 pandemic and cities, and to see the sort of the situation and suggestions through the lenses of urban morphology, inequality, urban economy, and governance. It also provides recommendations and making sure that we share lessons and opportunities. And here you can just see the model of the new normal urban economy and how we can make sure that the different actors, the state, the cities and communities, and the markets, although in tension, can work together from this space in this spatial urban setting. And there's a need for a well-functioning state to face those challenges. And that's also something I think that we need to support the communities, to make sure that they can bring in their cultural and historical heritage, to help the private sector to facilitate production and exchange in the economy, and also to ensure that the state that is responsible for urban planning, finance and legal, and also national urban policies, to support where needed, to make sure that they have the capacities to tackle those critical those critical challenges. Next, please. I would like to highlight what spatial approaches can contribute to in this context of the creative city. So we work with urban and territorial planning, and it's essential to rethink comparative advantages and better repositioning of cities in their areas to increase the likelihood of generating jobs and livelihoods in the region. And within our work, we see culture and creative industries as a sector to potentially promote social and economic development and to strengthen the territorial and urban identity of places. And it's needed to, on the one hand, establish a connection and a system of cities related to the creative industries, with the main urban areas acting as a hub for intermediary and smaller cities, and on the other hand, also promote the creative industries in secondary cities that can complement then these main hubs and act as an anchor for culture and identity. And here you can see an example of the spatial development framework methodology that we applied in a project in Guinea-Bissau to also make sure that the different functions at regional, system of cities and town level are met, and to promote the complementarities. Next slide, please. And another example is the urban regeneration that can be supported by the creative and cultural industries. It has a huge potential to increase their impact. Neighborhoods with open spaces unoccupied buildings, all kind of challenges that I just mentioned. They also provide a sort of opportunity for urban transformation into creative hubs, innovative spaces for co-creation and for cultural centers to increase participation, and especially the youth. And I can, the example that you see here is of a transformation of Porto Maivia, and it has huge challenges in a port area related to safety and the relict. And in the end, this transformative approach really helped to leverage the creative industries and to make sure to promote social and productive inclusion. Next, please.
So Naomi, if you can conclude perhaps in a minute.
Yeah, I will go very fast to the last 2 slides. Also, I would like to highlight that these creative sectors needs to go and work together. There's a need to also have proactive policies to avoid gentrification. For example, initiatives of the government can also move away disadvantaged communities. Next, please. And lastly, this public space project that we did in Mexico City with support of the Dutch Creative Industries Fund also focused on the link between urban design, participation and the creative industries. And it focused on the transformation of an area using public space and culture as anchoring points to catalyze this transformation. And I think I mentioned before, the sort of participatory processes are key. And it's also, as I mentioned in the previous slide, it's important that this bottom-up and top-down approaches can meet each other. And then the last slide. A word of thanks to you for the invitation, and I hope you all are inspired to hear the other dimensions, the urban dimension of the creative economy. Happy to explore any further collaborations, and here you can also find the documents I just referred to on public space and the pandemic report and planning policies. And maybe to answer the request from the moderator, we have the World Urban Forum upcoming in Poland later this year, and it's a platform where every 2-year global actors share experiences. So you're all welcome to join. And you can find the information for registration on the website. Many thanks, and looking forward to the other panelists and the discussion.
Thank you, Naomi. Please give a round of applause, because the information that Naomi delivers, also the publications that are available from the UN Habitat, it can be also our references in building our own regional and local. Naomi, we will get back to you for the discussion later. Thank you, thanks so much.
Great.
And now we're going to view from Denise Bucks, her speech as well. Please play the record.
Dear city representatives, dear colleagues and friends, I am delighted to be part of this impactful international dialogue developed within the framework of this year's U20. I would like to extend my thanks to the city of Bandung, an active UNESCO Creative City of Design since 2015, and West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee for their invitation and the opportunity it has given. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, we all have seen the vast magnitude of the economic and social disruption caused by the crisis. Its impacts are intensified existing socio-economic vulnerabilities and disproportionately affected marginalized populations. Beyond the immediate challenges to our daily life, COVID-19 has also impacted cultural and creative sectors around the world. This has revealed the fragility and vulnerability of many activities across cultural and creative industries in the face of challenging circumstances. At the same time, we have also witnessed once again that in times of crisis and uncertainty as the bedrock of the community, we will to culture and creativity, to inspire unity and integrate. Not only does culture provide us with inspiration and hope, but it also serves as a tool to stimulate resilience and provide sustainable recovery with considering people's needs. Indeed, the pandemic has accelerated a new paradigmatic shift towards the resilient, inclusive, and sustainable cities of the future. It has brought to light the important role of cities as a component of pandemic response, not only implementing national policies and measures, but also serving as laboratories for innovative response and recovery strategies and actions. Not to mention that cities are also hubs of various resources, including the highly skilled workforce, which is indispensable in addressing the challenges and opportunities we are facing. Cities are therefore key drivers of innovation and incubators of the future economy. In this regard, Indonesia has illustrated the importance attached to the cultural economy, represented by its four UNESCO cities, Bandung, Amban, Pekalongan, and Jakarta, which was revealed last year. The creation of the Indonesia Creative Cities Network, a national network of over 250 member cities across the country, also showcases Indonesia and its cities' strong belief in the transformative power of agriculture. Cities and the agricultural sector have overcome the initial impact of the pandemic and continue their endeavor in transforming challenges into opportunities by providing creative solutions to develop their potentials, thanks to enabling policies and practical actions. UNESCO cities around the world, in particular, have demonstrated resilience and creativity by developing and exploring different opportunities offered by digital and other technologies, and also embracing innovative approaches. Exemplary initiatives from about 19 UNESCO cities worldwide are featured in the resilience education entitled UNESCO Cities Response to COVID-19. The second publication compiling 19 urban culture-driven initiatives with a focus on cities recovery will be launched shortly. Among these inspirational initiatives, Singapore, a UNESCO city of India, where it is literally Singapore, Mississippi, has developed an immersive experience that can be enjoyed from home or outdoor, thanks to the unification of virtual reality and music. Furthermore, a group of festivities of music within Amban of Indonesia celebrated International Jazz Day by pandemic through different virtual and educating means, sending down literature to home and globally, allowing communities to reconnect to each other with music. One might wonder why the emphasis is and efforts are being spent on cultural activity. The answer is simple. Because it exerts a really dimensional transformative power on the cities. Culture and creativity are decisive elements in creating the added value of the city and its ability to attract inhabitants, visitors, professionals, and investors. It is also a proven major contributor to the development of great economic and social value, no less than in other sectors. It increases the levels of local and regional innovation and productivity through new design, inventive techniques, and innovative approaches. In addition, culture-led urban development and regeneration combined with cultural participation can breathe new life into local communities to create a positive impact on the citizens' health and well-being. Prevent social, public, and communal cohesion, and even contribute to environmental resilience and sustainability. UNESCO and its executives network are working to ensure that the cultural and creative economy is developed in a manner that is inclusive, accessible, and beneficial to all. In this sense, the network promotes the sharing of knowledge, experiences, and good practices. It also provides a global cover for cities to pursue common aspirations for sustainable development. In order to recover from the pandemic, cities around the world must join forces to strengthen international cooperation. In turn, the combination of cultural investment, economic growth, and resilience, and inclusive living and working environment will further take place at the core of cities' sustainable development strategies, policies, and lives. As impactful actor within the cooperative network would like to join stakeholders and partners across the world, such as the University of Bandung, to call on G20 to seize this momentum during its new conference, making cities an essential accelerator of sustainable development globally. I would like to echo the essence of this event and underline once again that international collaboration can and does greatly nurture resilience, inclusiveness, and sustainability. This is the mission of UNESCO and its practices. Thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you a successful event of connectivity.
Thank you. Denise Bax is the Chief of Programs and Stakeholder Outreach Unit, Division for Creativity, UNESCO Creative Cities Network. So Bandung, where we are now, it's the City of Design of UCCN. We joined the network in 2015. There are 3 other cities in Indonesia in the network. Pekalongan, it joined the network in 2014 as the City of Craft and Folk Art. And then we have the city of Ambon as a city of music joining the network in 2019. And one of our speakers yesterday also is the focal point of Mannheim City of Music, and he's coordinating also Cities of Music in UNESCO Creative Cities Network, Rainer. And in 2021, just joining the network is Jakarta as the city of literature. So now West Java and Jakarta, they are both chairing the Urban 20 of G20 this year. So that's why it's such a pleasure to have this conversation, because then we can see all cities that join the UNESCO Creative Cities Network are committed to use their creative potentials to answer to the challenges of SDG. So it's curious to see how cities with different backgrounds and potentials use their way, they have their own ways to fulfill the sustainable development goals. And now we are going to listen from Milindo. Hi Milindo, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so please take your 10 minutes time.
Thank you very much. First of all, I must express my gratitude to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to discuss the issues related to creative economy, and that too in a campus, which as a participant of South-South cooperation, we all consider to be a place of pilgrimage, because the entire idea of South-South cooperation started from this particular location. And I was very keen that I could join physically, but somehow I could not. But I take this opportunity to consider that I have made my pilgrimage, having been here and discussing the issues. My point of intervention in the context of the discussion that we had so far was an attempt, modest attempt, to sort of link the creative economy on the one hand and Agenda 2030 on the other. And that is especially more important in the context of the fact that we have now resigned to the fact that we are going for a new normal after the COVID pandemic. The normalcy was broken, but we will reach to a normal which will not be identical to what we had before the pandemic broke out. I would like to divide my presentation discussions in three parts. The first part is to distinguish creative economy from the prevailing economic structure. In Sonobe was discussing, was giving an example and evidence that 10% of the GDP was coming from uh, creative economy before the pandemic. And he was questioning that why it should not be 20% or more. But my idea is that are we moving in the new normal to a situation where creative economy will replace the existing economic structure? And if that is to be realized, or if that is possible to be realized, what are the distinguishing features between creative economy and the prevailing economic structure? Once I am done with that, I will go into the issue of linking creative economy with the main motto of Agenda 2030, which says we have to leave no one behind. We cannot leave anyone behind, and we have to move forward together. And that's how we will be recovering together, we will become stronger together. And thirdly, a very brief idea about the institutional mechanism of how to facilitate the linking process. Now, if you want to go into the first issue as to how we can distinguish creative economy from the existing structure or pattern of the economy, uh, when we are giving the examples of, say, art and literature, communication, TV, film, music, all as examples of creative economy, there is one fundamental point that comes out very clearly in terms of identifying the creative economy sector with its feature. The existing economic structure is a process that facilitates mass production of standardized products. And these are better done with the use of machines, because machines can be trained to do routine work, and they can generate the products at more efficient level, more in terms of quality and in terms of time used as well. So this is the fundamental structure of the existing economic mechanism that we have, and which is now, with the advent of technology, is creating a concern in terms of Industrial Revolution 4, future of work, and all these issues are coming, where it is found that labor power, the brute labor power of human beings, are becoming less relevant, and those who have the skills of using machines, they are in higher demand. So this is the fundamental structure of the present economic system. But when we want to go for a creative economy, if you have a look at the examples that are often thrown as examples of creative economy, the fundamental point is that the produce of creative economy are non-standardized, number one. And number two, they are produced by masses. They are not produced for mass produced, they are produced for masses with possibilities and scopes for variations in their quality, in their perspectives, in their use, and there are several pluralities in terms of the quality of the product that we are talking of. So, why this is important to be understood? Because these varieties cannot be achieved with the use of machines. Machines cannot give you that varieties in terms of what we are producing in a creative economy sector. The reason is that machines do not have any tacit knowledge. They only can do whatever they are designed to do. They cannot think beyond that, and they cannot produce anything beyond that. So creative economy in that sense rests on tacit knowledge. What is tacit knowledge? tacit knowledge, as was explained by Carl Polanyi long time back, is something that dwells in our awareness, our skills, experiences, insight, creativity, and judgment decide our tacit knowledge. And tacit knowledge is something which cannot be codified. And if you cannot codify tacit knowledge, you cannot make the machines learn about that. And therein lies the advantage of tacit knowledge over the machine-based mass production that we talk. And creative economy is, if it is to be enhanced, if it is to be strengthened, this has to be based on products that are based on tacit knowledge. If you look at the global value chain, the world over that we are having, you will find that the creative part of the global value chain adds much more higher value than the productive part of the global value chain. There is a concept called smile curve, which shows that where the products are designed and where the products are conceptualized, the value generated there is much more than when this concept is converted into a product of mass consumption in a mass production center. So creativity always has a higher premium, and perhaps for several reasons, this creativity, the power of creativity was concentrated in the, against the backdrop of mass production. And from this mass production structure, if creative economy is to be strengthened and is to be made powerful, we have to move to a situation where it is production by masses using their individual and collective and community level productivity skill and tacit knowledge. So that's the fundamental argument I think is very important to understand as to how creative economy is different from the prevailing economy, and how, whether it is possible to make creative economy a much more stronger component of the social system. The second point is another very important point as to how to link the creative economy to the issue of sustainable development or Agenda 2030. I am not going into the detail. I have made a presentation I shared with the organizers. If you want, you can get a copy of that from the organizers. But the point that I am trying to make is that whenever a product is produced, the proceeds of the value created is distributed among the different inputs that contributed to the production. And often it is found that the distribution of the proceeds are not proportionate according to their contributions. So there are some issues which are leading to the process of increasing inequality in the system on the one hand, and on the other hand, since nature is also contributing to the process of the value creation, even though they are contributing, nature is not getting its due from the producers. So we didn't care about the nature. We took resources from the nature, but we didn't pay it back. We didn't care for nature at all, and that's all led to the issue of so-called global warming, scarcity of resources, depletion of resources, non-renewable energy, and all these things. So probably now time has come to think of a situation where the economy is not considered as a linear, moving in a linear process, that we are collecting inputs from 4 different components: labor, land, capital, and organization. Then we are engaging them into a linear process, and then we are creating an output, and then this is distributed among the different components. Perhaps time has come to think in terms of the creative producers using labor, land, capital, and organization, the fundamental inputs of production, in a composite manner where they own all of them in different proportions and they are using it. Say, for example, we are talking about a farmer or say weaver. If the weaver owns the weaving machine, if the weaver has resources to purchase the other inputs and own them and produce a product, then the weaver gets the reward to the labor, weaver gets the reward to the capital, the weaver gets the reward to the marketing processes, and the weaver gets the reward that goes to a designer. So if we want to have a creative economy, we have to move to a situation where this tacit knowledge possessed by an individual or a community can be used to create a composite of different inputs being owned by them and used for creating new values, so that the value created also goes back to them in a larger share. So this is one non-linearity that we have to introduce in the so-called existence of different inputs in production. The second non-linearity that is very, very important is in terms of our standard belief that an economy is divided into three distinct sectors: primary sector, agriculture, minerals and all, then the manufacturing sector, secondary sector where you are manufacturing, and then the tertiary sector where we are providing services and we are facilitating the process of moving the product from the producer to the consumer. I think this linear distinction between these three sectors is also necessary to be abolished. A farmer who is producing some grain or some agricultural product can very well, using his or her tacit knowledge, generate a very interesting recipe using those products and then market it as a process of creative economic system. And then you are crossing across the borders of primary, secondary and tertiary sectors as well. So my understanding is, in the form of the role of creative economy, is that it has got a very, very huge potential to facilitate the achievement of Agenda 2030, even though I believe that Agenda 2030 will be soon renamed as Agenda 20X, X not yet identified, maybe 40, maybe 50, but at least we can move towards that direction if creative economy becomes the main driving force of the economic system in the new normal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirindo. That's an interesting point, that maybe then we should treat creative economy differently from the conventional economy, because the development will be having different parameters and measures for success. We'll go back to that later. So now let's hear from Leonard. I believe there's a recording that's ready to play. Please screen that. Thank you.
Halo, nama saya Leonard Sabrata, Direktur Utama Smesco Indonesia. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya terlibat dalam forum terhormat Konferensi Internasional Connectivity, People and the Next Economy, Recovering Together, yang merupakan bagian dari forum G20. Sebelumnya mohon maaf saya tidak bisa hadir secara langsung, tetapi tentunya semangat terciptanya sinergi antara Smesco, pemerintah, UMKM, dan para pemangku kepentingan, semuanya ini tidak luput dari terciptanya kolaborasi dalam kerangka kerja Creative Economy dan Digital Age yang menghasilkan transformasi kewirausahaan sehingga Smesco mampu mensinergikan program-program unggulan yang kami inisiasi. Saat ini Smesco telah melakukan digitalisasi usaha bagi UMKM sebanyak 62.463 UKM dan terus berlanjut secara real time. Dan jaringan dukungan digital bisnis adalah kunci untuk membantu UMKM mengatasi akses pasar, dan tentunya dengan semakin kita memperbesar akses pasar tersebut secara digital, maka akan semakin besar juga keterkaitan bisnis yang menghubungkannya. Untuk itu, Smesco terus akan menargetkan digitalisasi. Di tahun ini kita punya target sebanyak 158.000 usaha mikro, kecil, dan menengah sebagai capaian prioritas strategis sampai akhir tahun 2023. Ini adalah langkah peningkatan kapasitas dan kapabilitas UMKM seiring peralihan cara berbisnis. Sebagai tambahan, Smesco juga melakukan selama periode Januari sampai Desember di 2021, kita telah melakukan ekspansi digitalisasi dengan mendukung jaringan bisnis digital bagi UMKM sebanyak 5.532 UMKM yang telah dibantu. Saat ini kami tentunya memperluas kerjasama dengan berbagai unsur pemerintah, kelompok bisnis, dan akademisi untuk merumuskan yang kami sebut Center of Excellence di Smesco, sebuah ekosistem dari hulu ke hilir bagi UMKM yang oleh Smesco seiring waktu nanti pengusaha UMKM dapat memberikan sebuah baseline ekonomi yang kuat dan juga mengkontribusi kepada struktur ekonomi Indonesia di masa depan. Terima kasih, semoga lancar dan sukses selalu bagi para peserta dan juga kepada panitia. Salam sehat dan selamat siang.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. So, as an additional information, Smesco is a part of our Ministry of Cooperatives and Small and Medium Enterprises. And the most interesting is they're really accelerating the potentials of our micro and also small and medium enterprises in going digital, because now, especially during the pandemic, products and services are delivered digitally mostly, and this is how they would have to train all these small and medium enterprises to deliver their products and service to the customers in a new way, and both sides will have to get used to the new system and so on. So Leonard was explaining the amount of, the numbers of enterprises that are being trained to use these new devices. But also, the most interesting is that Smesco also have, they are now developing future SME project and programs. So if you go to Smesco in Jakarta, they have this basement, they call it Smesco Labo, a lab where they develop 4 sectors of SMEs, future fashion, future food, future craft, and future mobility. So that's where all this, from concept to implementation, they've been working on it in the sense that everybody, all potential should be developed in there. So now we're going on to our final speaker for this session, Ms. Joyce Yi. So please take the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, salam sejahtera, selamat siang. I hope you are all well. So I'm a professor at the Northumbria School of Design. We're based up in Newcastle, northeast of England. So I'm dialing in quite early in the morning, but it's a beautiful morning. I hope it is there too. So thank you again for the invitation. Would you like me to share my slides, or will there be slides? Would you put that up?
You may.
Great. Just share. So I'll share my screen, is that okay?
That's fine, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. So
yeah, we can see that now.
The slide.
Please put it on screen as well. Now we miss both. It's weird because I'm here on the stage by myself and...
Oh, right, okay.
I just have to get... I don't know, maybe people in WebEx already see your presentation, but not here on site. Now we can, yes. But please put it on the big screen as well. So yeah, Joyce, you may start.
Okay, that's great. So I'm just gonna make sure I have my notes. Yes, that's great. So again, thank you for the invitation. So I work at the School of Design, and I was involved in a research project commissioned by the British Council, and I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the project, which is looking at creative and cultural districts in Thailand. So offering a different examples from Southeast Asian country, but also understanding how they've kind of used creative cities and creative districts to support the creative economy in Thailand. So the work that I did was part of a network that I co-founded, which is called the Designing Social Innovation in Asia Pacific, DESIAP for short. And it was set up to kind of support creative practitioners working in social innovation in the region. The reason why I've done it because I'm originally Malaysian, so obviously I have an interest there, although at the moment I have been working in the UK for a number of years. So I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about what we did in the project, and then also end with what we've learned in terms of our research and implications for creative economy policies. So a bit of background. So the project was commissioned by the British Council. It was commissioned and it ran from September 2019 till March 2020. So this was done just before COVID. We managed to visit and be there and did all our field work before COVID actually hit the region itself. So in a way, a lot of what we learned was kind of pre-COVID times, but also actually a lot of the insights still remains in terms of the resilience of the networks of the people. That was one of the key insights that came out of it. So it was looking at the role of the value and role of creative hubs in Thailand. Reason being, the British Council actually supports a lot of initiative, a lot of creative hubs, specifically in the region, but in Thailand itself. And they wanted to understand the social and economic impact of these hubs. They knew, like everyone else here, and understand the value of creative activities and creative hubs and creative districts, but they kind of wanted actually a better understanding what its real impact is. So they asked us to focus on 4 districts. So we looked at a neighborhood in Bangkok, Charoen, Chiang Mai, Songkhla, the Old Town, and Sakhonnakhon, and they are at different points of Thailand itself. So what is a creative hub? A creative hub essentially is defined as a place, either physical or virtual, which brings creative people together. It convenes and it provides a space and support for networking, business development, community engagement with the creative, cultural, and tech sectors. So it's a very loose definition, but essentially that's what a hub is. It's not just a physical place, although it always starts with a physical place, but it also then has the networks and the people and resourcing infrastructures to then be able to bring the creative people in. And why creative hub? Because essentially, as I mentioned before, creative hubs were kind of the unit that British Council was focused on and supporting. And obviously that when you have lots of creative hubs, it becomes a creative districts, and then it becomes a creative, potentially a city, which I know a few of our panelists have talked about this morning or this afternoon. So a bit of background to hubs in Thailand. In Thailand, there was a government 4.0 policy, which basically highlighted and recognized that the creative economy is a key driver for advancing Thailand's growth by promoting innovation and creativity in all sectors. And that was quite early on in the early 2000s. And there were several government organizations were established to support this new focus in supporting new and creative SMEs. And this is probably quite an old statistics now, but since 2002, at least 19 creative hubs has been established or merged in Bangkok itself. So 19 hubs in Bangkok, and obviously there's a lot more in the whole Thailand. And of course, from 2010 onwards, the startup wave, gave even more impulse to the establishment of creative hubs, and a lot of the hubs were also focused on kind of digital services. So that initial, 10-15 year period really put a lot of impetus in growing this area. as recent as 2018, the Creative Economy Agency was created by Thailand to kind of lead the creative economy agenda. And essentially, they recognize that creative hubs, creative districts are the catalyst for social and economic change. And again, this national policies reflect a global trend, as we see in our panelists today, and sharing others' creative cities in leveraging creative industry to catalyze social and economic development. These were the 4 areas that we focus on in our research. So they are located at various different parts of Thailand. Bangkok, we know obviously very well. Chiang Mai, again, it's a UNESCO creative city of folk art and in 2017. Songkhla, perhaps lesser known, is based in the south of Thailand. And and then we also have Sakhon-Nakhon, which is on the northeast of Thailand. And they all represent very different models of creative economies and creative districts, essentially. And they're all very distinct identity and ecology. So Songkhla is an old port town with a multicultural heritage. The urban regeneration was driven by restoration of basically two streets, really, of historical, and the 2 streets have historical Sino-Portuguese and Sino-European buildings. And there was a lot of restoration and heritage built from that through conservation. Chiang Mai, obviously, it's famous, it's almost seen as a capital of creativity in Thailand, but it's recently seen a lot of influx of new ideas, and they're building on the Lana culture and mixing new approach with traditional practices. In Bangkok itself, Bangkok Charoen is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Bangkok, and it was designated a creative district by the government, and actually the redevelopment and relocation of the Thailand Creative and Design Center catalyzed this kind of regeneration of that area into a creative district. And finally, Sakhon-Nakhon, it's basically a very grassroots, bottom-up. The area is famous for indigo dyeing practices and weaving. It also has an emerging sustainable resource management and sustainable creative entrepreneurship. We have organic farms there, as well as the kind of traditional indigo weaving. So it's an interesting mix, bringing together the environment and community benefits. So they're all actually very different types of creative district there. So what did we do to kind of understand these, the creative ecology and the creative milieu of these places? So we ran a number of workshops. We mapped out hard and soft infrastructures. Hard infrastructures are kind of physical infrastructures like bridges and roads, for example, and built. Soft infrastructures are the kind of systems and services that's in place to support a community. But we also were interested in who the creatives were. What were they doing? What were the networks, and how were they creating the buzz around what they do? So that was actually really key to our understanding. And essentially, the question that we were asking is, what makes a place creative? You obviously have, creative industry. You can see that tangibility, the businesses that comes up, and the activities and the value that they create. But you also have creative places, where people gather, where they come together to share ideas, to network, to talk. But essentially, it's bounded by the creative talent, the people. Ultimately, as much as we want to talk about the hard infrastructure and even the soft infrastructures, but actually it's the people, the human resource, the creatives that it is important. And that's a lot of our discussion was actually how we understand why people go and go to a city or a place and work, why they also stay. And one thing that we found that was quite common in all the 4 areas, the 4 cities that we looked at, was the importance of cultural heritage. So it's really bounded to the idea of building from an existing cultural heritage, whether that's bringing new ideas, emphasizing, modernizing it, but also having, and supported by local national government policies. I think Naomi talked about the bottom-up and the top-down approach. It's really important kind of to build from the bottom what you have in existing, but also have support from local national government agencies, building on the soft and hard infrastructure that is already in place. So some of the insights that we found was that it's quite obvious that, creative districts bring many social, cultural, and economic benefits, not least by which, the idea of sharing and reviving local craft practices, diversifying opportunities for the community and for new people joining, but also attracting and retaining talent. We talk about the importance of creative talent, coming in, having new blood, bringing new ideas, but also building on and making sure that you are nurturing the existing talent that is there. And there's a really important link between the interdependency between culture and creativity in supporting a vibrant creative economy. It sounds very obvious, but it is something that we, found to be really important. And I think what was interesting about all those 4 districts is that they are all very different. They have their own unique identity, and it has its own ecology, and obviously so, because each town, city, place is very different. And so I think one of the key things to learn is that there's no universal model. There isn't a model where we can take from here and then apply it to another. You really need to adapt and have an idea of localization, understand what's already there. So, a creative milieu is what we call a place, what makes a place creative arises from its history, its culture, its infrastructure, and the people. So really having a good understanding of what's already there, building on the assets, and building on, supporting that to thrive is really a key learning. And in terms of being able to take what we've learned from Thailand, perhaps into other areas, other countries, one of the things that, again, one emphasizes about the importance of cultural assets. So what you already have there, it's about restoring existing historical places sensitively and respectfully. We've seen that example in Songkhla, but it was about involving local communities, getting them to be involved, having some ownership, and transforming dilapidated buildings into new cultural assets, so that you breathe new life to it, and there's new places to learn, share, and come together. It's also about using those assets to transmit, update local craft practices. We saw that in Sakon Nakhon, where there was traditional indigo practices and weaving practices that was updated using technology and knowledge, but they still value what they call the local wisdom, and the importance of local wisdom in that, and turning that and using, modernizing it so that it appeals to a wider audience, but recognizing that there is value in the local wisdom. This then obviously then generates new cultural, social, economic capital. And I think that's the key, to make sure that you're not just throwing out the old and adding in the new. And I think Naomi talks about actually the importance of place and physical places. And actually what we found was proximity, the intimacy and the closeness of the different towns and different cities that we looked at, both geographical but also relational, in terms of the people involved, the creative network. Was really important to create a creative atmosphere. And I think that is a really key thing. It's the balance between how you encourage that to emerge quite naturally, but also providing some specific infrastructure support, funding support, policy support in order to encourage that to happen. And also to bring diversity. And we saw a lot of new businesses coming up, small, medium-sized businesses in a lot of these creative areas and creative districts. And I think that's something to be definitely encouraged. And finally, last few slides, it is about kind of attracting new and returning talent. So we saw in Songkhla, a lot of the creative practitioners have moved away from Songkhla to find jobs, but actually started returning back to Songkhla because they wanted to reconnect back with where they are. And then as a result, use that as an opportunity to rebuild and build the creative networks there. And as a result, they had this yearly festivals called Sakanhat, where they brought together all the creative practitioners from around the region to share and to rebuild connections again and strengthen connections. And I think that's really important. We talked a lot, obviously, this panel's around kind of policies and what governments can do to support creative economies. And actually, a lot of what we see was, obviously, there's a focus on building hard infrastructures, because that's obvious and you can see the result. But actually, it's just as important, in fact, more important, to have policies to support soft infrastructures in terms of building skills, capacity, and human resources. And I think that is really key. It's not just the physical infrastructure that is important. And again, something that we were very mindful of as well, and also have seen the effects of in some of the areas, is, trying to mitigate the effects of gentrification. So it's really about kind of focusing on sustainable development and the 2030 agenda in terms of not leaving anyone behind. And I think it's really important that any policy around building creative district and creative economy is about reinvestment back to the community, and to make sure that they also benefit and see the result of the creative economy that we're supporting. And that's pretty much it. I hope my 10 minutes is up. I didn't overrun. So terima kasih everyone, and feel free to, this is the report that we wrote up on our research. There's much more detail. We go into much more detail into the case studies, and actually, for me, it was much more interesting to dig into the deeper understanding of the different historical, cultural, social histories of these places, because they are what makes a place, and they are what makes a place, in this case, creative. Thank you very much, and look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Joyce. So now we have our speakers, high appreciation for all of them. And we continue with a bit of discussion, because I believe there's not so much time anymore. But if I may wrap up a bit of the insights of the speakers, because this session has to do with creative economy for development, and the speakers come with different backgrounds, and we'll try to get a red thread of what actually connects with each other. So Naomi, on behalf of UN Habitat, of course, there's a lot of publications, research, and also insights and concept that comes in a form of publication that can be referred to by cities and also other forms of regional area to develop according to what has been presented as best practices and so on. And also with UCCN, because we also know that we are aware of their publication, Urban Future and so on, that actually, well, even members of UNESCO Creative Cities Network, they have to have regular membership monitoring report, which a bit of forcing us to have data of our programs, implementations, if it has to do with roadmap of creative cities, and so on, that has impact back to the people and to the city. And as for Milindo, it's most interesting to see that creative economy has its own taxonomy, which is different from conventional economy. So if you want to measure it, then you have to have a different kind of set of tools as well. And from Leonard, creative economy in development as micro and social and medium enterprises, and how the central government can support actually these actors of creative economy sector in the whole Indonesia, in fact. And Joyce just now, with examples of the districts in Thailand, mentioned that there's no one model for all, but then it has to do with each characteristic of the region and so on. And all speakers actually give the notions to the human-centered development. So it's no longer just building hard infrastructure, but also we should care about the rest. Maybe for all speakers here, I'm curious to see, because the result of this event, of this session, we will have points to as a recommendation for the U20, also for the G20 members. And so the question for all of you would be, what point wouldn't you miss, or would you really insist on having or seeing it there as recommendation from our side, from creative economy in the connection to the city level, and also with creative economy as development strategy? Particularly for Naomi, I'm curious as well, how would you disseminate those publications and have them implemented by local governments? Because maybe you have also best practices of how this can be implemented at the local level. And also for the rest of you, please take your time to also explain what point should be in the proposals, and also a bit of elaboration on that. I will start with Naomi. Could you please state your insights?
Thank you. Now, actually, from all the speakers, I couldn't hear Mrs. Bax well, but from the other speakers, I think it's key to sort of maybe emphasize some of the localization issues, that there's no one model. I think it's key to see how we can work with the communities with their specific knowledges, experiences, and needs. So I think that was highlighted, but I would like to put that forward, and also to take action with those groups. What maybe was can be more emphasized perhaps is the sort of networks of cities, networks of creative industries to share knowledge among peers. I think that's a really good a way to share challenges on what do the people that actually are in charge, what are the challenges and what can we learn from them. And I think that will be perhaps also key to address. And yeah, maybe thirdly also the need to assess the capacities within governments, mainly local governments. How can we provide them with tools and guidance to make sure that they can really facilitate the communities and the private sector.
Thank you, Naomi. On to Milindo, please.
Well, I was really fascinated by the discussion that we had, but what came out very clearly from the discussion that all these panelists contributed to is the fact that perhaps we require a new set of indicators of assessing and finding out as to what's going wrong and what's going right in the context of promoting the idea of creative economy. Because the point is, as the last speaker definitely pointed out, that there are variations across space and time in terms of the role of creative economy in a society. But the point that is coming out very clearly through the discussions today is that there are some common elements that exist, and those common elements are necessary to be picked up. And the fundamental common element is that how those who are engaged in creative economy activity, how they are being facilitated to increase their access to different resources that they require to participate in the production process, realize the value of their product, and what sort of skills are necessary beyond the skill that they use to produce, what sort of supporting skills are necessary to be provided to them so that they can have access to the composite inputs that I was talking about. So these are some of the indicators that are very much important, because we have been so far used to thinking in terms of those capital, labor, organization, MSME. But why for the last 50 years the MSMEs did not take its root as a powerful way? What may be the reasons? What are the policy sort of drawbacks that we could not help them move out? And why during COVID pandemic the MSMEs died faster than the big large scale industrial units? So these are to be thought of, and we have to develop a comprehensive matrix of indicators to just diagnose the problems, to help them, to help others, the creative producers to come out of these problems. And if we can do that, perhaps we can move at least one baby step forward to achieving a much larger creative economy in the world today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melindo. Now we move on to Joyce.
Sorry, just trying to unmute myself in a number of windows.
Please go ahead, Joyce.
Thank you. I think I would probably reiterate the points that I made in terms of, I think it's really important to understand the key, I guess, the key actors involved. So to really understand what makes a place creative, it's important to know what's there, but also who are the key actors. Because what we did, and I didn't really show you in the presentation, was really trying to map who were the key, I guess, movers and shakers of the creative the creative economy in a particular place. And although you can see that there's maybe lots and lots of different organizations, individuals, and companies involved to illustrate the landscape of the creative economy, there's always a few key actors that are the drivers and the catalysts, and that brings them together, and you have support. So I think it's about understanding who these people are, what they need, what kind of support, who does what, and what the relationships are, to really understand, I guess, to understand what kind of resourcing and support is needed in that sense. So, and I think I would really urge any recommendations to try to understand each of the places in that way, and give them potentially, ways in which to do this, and to identify those key actors. I'm also picking up on Melinda's point around, having a new set of indicators. How do we know when a city is creative? What are our indicators? And I think, again, and a lot of the times is measured by economic terms, economic outputs, and I understand that we have to fit within that paradigm, but actually a lot of the impact that we see are much longer term, and in terms of much richer relationship, richer, better quality of life. We had lots of creatives moving back to Nakhon, for example. They were obviously getting a lot higher salaries in Bangkok and in the urban areas, but decided to move back and live what they call, a more enriching life. So how do we actually measure those aspects of impact that is not so easily convertible into, economic value? So I think those, for me, would be important to really, if possible, even challenge our existing framework. Do we actually need indicators? Do we actually need to understand, or is it simply about actually trying to put in place and encourage a creative economy to develop? Because we know, and we do have evidence, that it is beneficial. So why not just let that, focus all the energy into that, rather than, I guess, understanding, measuring and evaluating in that sense. So I guess those are my key points, really.
Right, thank you. So yeah, we would like to have further discussion, but it's time limits, so I would just read out the keywords that we catch from this session, which is important because speaking about locality, of course, we have to consider the diversity that we are in this world. So some cities are really, really urban dense, some cities are really just almost rural and so on, but then we still have to identify what makes it a creative city. And this is not only about from the income of the city from creative sectors, but also from the whole ecosystem of the creative economy itself. And as Melinda also mentioned, we cannot measure it just with conventional indicators or tools that we have to measure economy in a conventional sense. And also what Joyce mentioned is important. Is it about the key actors of a place? And it can be also the local leaders, or who actually decides how the city can run, or how the city can put creative economy strategy in the development plan, because of course it's not merely the government, because the government will change every 4 years, every 5 years, depending, and also the person will change, and will the program change or not? So that's where the civil society is important here, because whatever happened to the government, creative economy still runs, and who's holding it? There can be business sectors, there can be people working in enterprises, small, medium enterprises, and so on. But there's also communities, civil society, that also still holds the creative economy activities in their daily life. And another important thing is the skill set, because yesterday when we were speaking about the digital disruption, transformation, and so on, Wisnu Tama, the President Commissioner of Telkomsel, he said, it's not only about the technology, but it's about the mindset and behavior of people using the technology. So it's not about how advanced you can get with your tools, but how advanced can you think about using the tool to make it impactful for you give back to the society and so on. So I think those 3 keywords are substantial for our recommendation, and hopefully we can formulate it so it can be accepted by the higher level talks. Although, of course, the higher level talks is at the maybe level of diplomacy, level of a higher hierarchy that cannot be controlled by people who are actually doing it themselves at the local level. So it's important also to disseminate it either as instructions from the top down, as a bill instruction and so on, but it's also important that we give an understanding from the bottom up at the community level and so on. So with this, I would like to thank you once again for your participation in this session. Thank you very much for joining us in this event, CONNECTI City. We hope to have further discussion with you, so keep in touch. And also, hope you can also join us until the very end of the session. So I'll thank you again, and I'll give this back to our host, Teh Agi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Tita. Please give a warm applause once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for moderator on duty who have conducted the 3rd panel. Thank you very much once again, Ibu Tita. You may return to your seat. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 3rd panel talking about creative economy and development. And now we are going to moving on to the 4th panel. And this panel is a G20 development working group, and there will be 2 speakers at this panel interactive. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the panel interactive, first we are going to kick off the 4th plenary or the 4th panel with a keynote speech which will be presented. This is actually very special because the last panel we will have 2 keynote speakers. So the first keynote speech will be presented by the representative from G20 Development Working Group. So join us online. We would like to welcome Mrs. Amalia A. Widyasanti.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting Bapanas in this regard, and I'm actually representing my minister because we are sorry that my minister is not able to join with you all. So with that, I would like to share with you regard to this one. I hope that you can see the screen that I share with you. Can you see my PowerPoint? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kick off the meeting in today's discussion that actually G20 countries economic growth projection that Indonesia is actually in the top 5 of projected economic growth in 2022. And in 2021, actually Indonesia's economy in the fourth quarter of 2021 grew at the rate of 5%. And then this is actually quite good enough as a momentum of Indonesian economic recovery. But if compared to the other G20 member countries, actually we grow moderately because there is some other countries that grew faster than Indonesia in the G20 members. But again, in 2022, we are trying to get a target of the Indonesian economic growth around 5.2 to 5.5%. So, ladies and gentlemen, G20 countries are actually the destination for investment. If we see that FDI inflows to G20 economies increased by 42% in semester 1 2021 compared to the previous half year. And actually 83% in OECD G20 economies and 12% in the non-OECD G20 economies. And the other one is that G20's countries is also the source of innovation and technology. 40% of G20 countries have an innovation index above 50%. Those among the top are China, South Korea, and Mexico. And those countries are actually the G20 countries that export of information technology above 10%. Indonesia, that's why, I mean, in this regard, Indonesia as a member of G20 is also have a room of opportunity to learn from other G20 countries and to get lessons of experiences from the other countries that have been quite leading in innovation and technology that Indonesia can learn from. G20 countries have high export. The value of high technology export in the G20 countries is relatively high, but the gap in countries is still large. And that's why it's like an opportunity because Indonesia is actually among the G20 countries, and G20 can really help Indonesia to support increasing our national productivity and also actually optimizing when Indonesia is optimizing the G20 membership by improving and strengthening the bilateral and multilateral cooperation. This can be able to improve the knowledge and technology exchange and also improving the participation of Indonesia in the global value chain, and also to help Indonesia improving the performance of domestic export, which is to export a more higher value added products. And in this regard, we can increase national productivity. So in regard to G20 Development Working Group, we are now actually having 4 priority issues in the development working groups of G20. The first priority that I would like to mention and highlight is strengthening recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring resilience in the developing economies by embracing 3 key focus areas. Those 3 areas are MSMEs and informal sector. The second one is adaptive social protection. And the third is blue economy and green economy through low carbon development. The second priority is to scaling up innovative financing instruments, especially blended finance, that can be implemented for sustainable development in developing countries. The third priority is renewing global commitment to multilateralism for sustainable development. And the fourth priority issues in development working groups is coordinating SDGs achievement progress in the G20. And we will have a 2022 G20 Bali update. So with that, collaboration between parties, especially among the G20 member countries, can support innovative financing through blended finance. Indonesia is actually promoting blended finance to build a blended finance ecosystem, and also how can we effectively mobilize the blended finance, because as you know that government budget is now limited, so we cannot rely to develop our nation only from the state budget. So that's why blended finance is one of the key strategies to mobilize other sources of finance, such as crowdfunding, loan grant, personal or private investment. Then we can blend it and we can put it into a sustainable development project, or the project can be that can support to achieve the priorities, national priorities, and also the development agenda of Indonesia. So this is actually one of the priorities that is discussed in development working group, and how can Indonesia together with the other countries can really utilize the blended finance strategy to achieve the sustainable development goals. And the third one, the first priority is that ensuring resilience and ensuring the more inclusive development, more inclusive economic growth in Indonesia and the other G20. So that's why under priority number 1 of development working group, we would like to ensure the economic pillar, social pillar, and environment pillar are in the balance. So under the economic pillar, we are promoting MSMEs and informal sector. For the social pillar, we also trying to put forward adaptive social protection. And for environment pillar, this is actually environment and economic pillar. We are pursuing green economy and blue economy. So one of the initiative from Indonesia is that we are trying to promote blue economy as a new sources of economic growth for Indonesia and the other archipelagic countries. So I would like now to go to example of Indonesian initiative and collaborative effort in green and blue economy development. Actually, under the G20, we are trying to put forward how can we build a recovery program, build forward better, greener, bluer, and more inclusive. So in COVID-19 pandemic, we learned a lot of things, that this is actually unprecedented situation. So after the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to recover with an unprecedented opportunity to reset and to structurally transform our economy and social system. So that's why a new strategy and new engine of economic growth have to be found. So one of the initiatives from Indonesia is that how can we transition into a blue economy that can be boost our GDP growth and also achieve a more inclusive development and embracing people, ensuring and embracing people people involvement, and also to achieve the sustainable development goals. So, and then as Indonesia is actually one of the biggest archipelagic countries, then actually ocean is one of our potential resources. And that's why Indonesia are actually also having some challenges in blue economy development, such as the impact of COVID-19 pandemic impacted to our fisheries sector and also shipping sectors. We also facing with the unsustainable ocean, climate change, energy transition to renewable energy, and also access to finance and investment is quite limited, as well as limited capability of developing countries, especially to utilize ocean economy as an engine of economic growth. So, based on the result of the first development working group discussion on green and blue economy, then as the G20 presidency, Indonesia has demonstrated evidence that green economy and blue economy through low carbon and climate resilience development is the way to go ahead. And the second one is that as the backbone of green economy, low carbon and climate resilience development act as the vehicle of Indonesia to move towards a robust, sustainable, and inclusive economy. LCDI framework shall be strengthened and introduced to the G20 countries. It is important to ensure that G20 will produce strategic decision on green economy, followed by clear scenarios and roadmaps. And also, there is a universal agreement on no additional harm to nature, climate, poverty, and inequality in regular budgets, and especially during economic recovery. And also, we need a multidisciplinary partnership that is needed to support the integrated economic, social, and environmental policy framework. So how can we advance through the development working group? First is that we have a shared common interest to achieve a needed transformative action at the least cost and engage in solidarity for a truly global, fair, and sustainable recovery. Second, we turn the current COVID-19 crisis into an opportunity to be able to accelerate a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive green and blue recovery. The third, we have to expand mutual understanding and build consensus on what constitutes a just transition and how to achieve it in different countries' contexts. The fourth, the G20 Development Working Group has taken concrete steps to promote a sustainable recovery by promoting a territorial and ecological transformation. And the fifth, Indonesia has an opportunity to build on these efforts to promote, enhance, and coherent global actions that foster a sustainable green and blue recovery and just transitions both domestically and globally. I think I'll stop there, and the last slide of mine is that collaboration is the key to successful low carbon and climate resilience development implementation. And we have to work together to support green and blue economy together. Indonesia as an archipelagic country has a lot of potential to make a blue economy as an engine of our economic growth. But again, we have to work and collaborate cross-sectoral among ministries and institutions, and working together with development partners, local government, academicians, philanthropists, media, and community. So working together will achieve our ambition to get recovered and get stronger for the Indonesian economy. Thank you.
Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first keynote speech for our last panel. And now we are going to moving on to the second keynote speech at the fourth panel. Please join us online from U20 representative, Mrs. Marulina Dewi.
Okay, thank you. I'm greeting from Jakarta. Ya bisa nggak ya?
Ya, Ibu Marulina bisa mungkin menyalakan kameranya, Bu?
Oh, kamera.
Iya, betul.
Oke, suara saya terdengar, Bu?
Terdengar jelas, Ibu. Gambarnya juga sudah bisa kami lihat di sini videonya. Terima kasih, Ibu. Silahkan.
Terima kasih, thank you very much. Warm greeting from Jakarta. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Java Provincial Government for organizing today's event. As both Jakarta and West Java are strategic collaboration partners under the G20 engagement group of Urban 20. Under the 2022 G20 Presidency of Indonesia, Urban 20 as collaboration platform for city leaders will discuss and develop a common position on crucial social, economic, and environmental issues to enrich the G20 agenda and inspire political and economic reforms in favor of innovative urban solutions to global challenges. Let me emphasize that creative economy is now recognized as a tool of sustainable development. Creative economy is projected to reach a global valuation $85 billion by 2023 and could represent 10% of global GDP before 2030, according to the think tank G20 Insights. Creative industry impact on economic growth and development in emerging markets has been gained recognition. At the 2018 World Conference on Creative Economy, organized acknowledged that vast potential and significant contribution of the creative economy to enable global economic growth, social and cultural development. In urban areas, creative economy is an integral part. The difference between urban and rural areas is their economic activities. Urban areas are characterized by service-based and creative economy. Creative economy's role in Indonesia economy is still to be maximized. Why? Because the number of creative sector workers is growing rapidly. In relation to the Urban 20 issues on the future of work and social economy recovery for all, digitalization is bridging the gap between the creative economies of development countries and world market. This is important because the transmission of cultural wealth can mobilize social change and provide jobs for young people. For example, digital platforms are fueling the growth by allowing performance, artists, musicians, and others to reach new audience. It is therefore rightful and proper to appreciate the people working in this creative field. However, numerous research indicate that this is not always the case. A 2021 research published by Serikat Pekerja Media Industri Kreatif untuk Demokrasi state that workers in creative economy faces numerous problems. Among these are casual employment contracts, the absence of social security and health insurance, hidden costs, long working hours, immense workload, and workplace exploitation, wage issues, and career uncertainty and desire for stability. It is admittedly tempting to counter these numbers by pointing out social media stars and content creators. The condition worsened after the COVID-19 pandemic. The Indonesian Graphic Design Association report that 66% of its freelance members experience cancellation or postpone of promised jobs in 2020 and 2021. This situation resulted in a 40% decrease in incomes compared to 2019. Association of Indonesia Professional Photographer note that 79% of photographers saw a loss of income of more than 50% during the large-scale social restriction. During the first semester of 2020, the royalties collected from performing rights only managed to research 6 of the total royalties collected during 2019. The number is around 11 billion Indonesian rupiah in the first half of 2020 compared to 60.7 billion in 1919. But even with this challenge, the creative industry stays resilient. The 2020 research by Indonesia Kuat and the Bandung Institute of Technology shows that 18% of creative workers took their business only during the pandemic. Numerous local movies also saw their release, that Netflix and Disney Plus, two major international streaming services. The government also plays their part in supporting creative economy. The Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, for example, had an Dogs by the Sea in October 2020. This is an incubation program to nurture the talents of Indonesian documentary creators. The ministry also assists the Writing from Home program. This is conducted with the Indonesia Publisher Association, which gives an incentive to writers and literary workers to keep writing during the COVID-19. In Jakarta, the Department for Tourism and Creative Economy assists creative workers through various programs. Among them is the intensive workshop and commerce for creative workers. The governor of Jakarta has stressed that Jakarta is not merely a place to make a living. It is also imperative for the city to be livable. To achieve this vision, it is important to encourage the development of creative spaces. On this basis, Jakarta has launched numerous events and initiatives in 2021. Among these are Pop-Up Jakarta, with an exhibition for local pop culture artists, Jakarta Media Heritage, walking tour to promote the Cikini district as an urban destination, Jakarta Film Week, Indonesia Contemporary Art Design, Jakarta Content Week, Jakarta International Photography Festival, Jakarta Biennale, and Jakarta Collaboration Festival. I believe that through this example, we have seen the commitment of Indonesian government and the Jakarta capital city government. However, the efforts are not limited to individual events. We realize that comprehensive approach backed by a strong legal basis is also essential in boosting creative economy. In November 2020, the UN adopted resolution. This resolution is sponsored by Indonesia and backed by several other countries, including Australia, China, India, Mongolia, Philippines, and Thailand. This resolution declared 2021 as the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. In support in this resolution, Jakarta state that to support the International Year for Creative Economy 2021. The instruction of the governor provide guidelines to specific unit to the Jakarta capital city government in supporting creative economy. Jakarta also enact the governor regulation number 84 in 2021, which defines creative economy and its 16 subsectors, which are fashion, architecture, craft, music, photography, culinary, arts, advertising, publishing, interior design, product design, movies and animation video, games and application, television and radio, visual communication, design, and performance arts. And finally, Jakarta capital city government is also committed in supporting creative economy through international platform. This is in accordance with the motto of Indonesia G20 presidency, which is recover together, recover stronger. Honored as the chair of Urban 20, together with co-chair Jawa Barat, Jakarta brings creative economy as one of the important issues to be discussed during the SERPA meeting in 23rd until 24th March and the Mayor Summit later in August. Urban 20 aims to encourage more favorable public perception towards creative economy and creative sector, especially local content creators. Increased appreciation at the local and the national level will encourage creators to improve and innovate. To this end, I believe that government should continue to collaborate with various partners in supporting creative economy. In doing so, we have to support other essential sectors with its IT and digitalization. Even before the pandemic, IT is getting more and more indispensable for a creative worker to create, sell, and perform their work. Due to this, the Urban 20 also aims to mainstream the respect and protection of digital rights, embrace digital governance, support the effort to bridge the digital divide. It mainly manifests in the form of connectivity, access the device and skill level, and ensure digital transparency, as well as ethical digital standard. My fellow panelists, esteemed officials, and distinguished participants, in closing, I would like to encourage colleagues in local government, private sector, academia, and other partners to embrace creative economy. It is imperative for us to support our local creative workers, to appreciate and enjoy their work, or even to be involved in creative work ourselves. We are recovering, we are getting stronger, and we can go beyond that. After all, if I may again borrow somewhat, that a creative economy is the fuel of magnificence. Thank you.
Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was two keynote speech to start our last panel. And I would like to say thank you very much once again to Mrs. Amalia Awidya Santi, and also thank you to Mrs. Marulina Dewi. So to start our last panel, I would like to introduce you to our moderator on duty. He was born in Kruwengekweh, Indonesia, studied industrial design at Institut Teknologi Bandung, Kanazawa University, Graduate School of Humanities, Cultural Resource Management Department, the University of Tokyo, Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, Cultural Anthropology Department, Kanazawa University, Graduate School of Human and Environmental Studies, Cultural Resource Management Department. And he is now a junior lecturer and researcher at Institut Teknologi of Bandung and actively involved himself at training and seminars. He has achieved several awards and research grants and has held several exhibitions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcome our moderator on duty, Mr. Prananda Lufiansa Malasan, PhD. Okay, good afternoon, Kang Luffy. How are you? Okay, can somebody switch the microphone first?
Okay.
Okay, so how are you today, Kang Luffy?
Great, yeah, thank
we
you.
met last year at Cirebon.
Yeah, it was last year, yeah?
Yeah,
Wow.
it was last year. You were the moderator on duty
Yeah.
as well. So now I will handle the panel to you. Would you please?
Thank you so much. Right, so hello everyone. Welcome to the final session of CONNECTI City. It's my pleasure to be moderator for this final session. I am Prananda, a member of Indonesian Young Academy of Science. So today we have an amazing panel with the topic on engaging the civil society. So while in previous panel we've discussed about the opportunity of the creative sector in various development, then in this panel we will have a discussion and hear some point of views from representative of working group in G20. And we're gonna focusing on intersection of creative economy and also urban issues, and especially we are going to look on the role of people, which include youth, entrepreneur, government, academics, and other stakeholders in this sector. So this panel will be split into two sessions. The first session will be presentations from the speakers, and then we'll continue to the Q&A session. So for those of you attending this session online and have questions for each speaker, then you can drop your questions on the chat box on the WebEx. And also, I will also encourage you, those attending this offline, you can also raise your hand in the Q&A session, then I will give you the mic. So now moving along to the first session, we'll be seeing two presentations who are a representative from Y20 and also T20 of working group in G20. So before we start, let me briefly introduce you each speaker. We have Mbak Disti first. Halo Mbak Disti, are you here? Bisa lihat? Oh ya, di sini ya. Halo Mbak Disti. Mbak Disti Winata is the chair of the track Diversity and Inclusion in Y20 Group. So previously, she was also an Indonesian delegate to the G20 Youth Summit 2011 in France, and also the Girls 20 Summit 2012 in Mexico. So today, she's gonna present the topic of youth and the future of work. And the second speaker, halo Bapak Asep. Yeah, we have Dr. Asep Surya Hadi. He is the representative of T20 Group. He was a former director of the Semeru Research Institute in Jakarta, and he's also currently a senior research fellow at the same institute. So he will be going to talk about the creative economy and its impact on the macroeconomic conditions. So each presenter today will have total like 7 to 10 minutes for their presentation. And then if one of the presenter completes their presentation before the 7 minutes is up, then we will move on to the next presenter, and we'll gather all questions from audience, and I will read all questions to answer as the time limits. So then let's please welcome the first speaker, Mbak Disti. Then screen is yours ya. Silakan.
Thank you very much. If the operator could present my slides, please. All right. Just gonna let that, all right, I think it looks good now. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening, distinguished panelists and guests. My name is Disti, as described by Kaluki earlier. I am the Diversity and Inclusion Track Chair for the Y20 Summit this year. And it is my honor today to be here and share with you what we have been working on to advance the youth agenda for the future of work in the creative economy. Next slide, please. All right. Before I go into detail about our research findings, I'd like to share with you the 4 priority areas at the Y20 Summit 2022. We have youth employment, digital transformation, sustainable and livable planet, and last but not least, diversity and inclusion. The diversity and inclusion track is a new track in the Y20, which covers 2 subtopics. First is inclusive education, and the second one is youth in the creative economy. Next slide. So why diversity and inclusion? Well, the Group of 20, or G20 as we know, it's a multilateral forum bringing together 19 of the world's major economies and also the European Union. Its members account for more than 60% of the world's population with diverse perspectives and cultural backgrounds. Similarly, the host this year, which is Indonesia, with more than 17,000 islands, 300 ethnicities, and 700 languages, has also embraced the value of diversity since its inception and also in our daily lives through our national motto, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, or as other people know as Unity in Diversity. Diversity and inclusion aims to embody the spirit of inclusivity, but also to raise the importance of cultural and equity discussions that we have seen emerging in the last few years, with movements such as Black Lives Matter, #MeToo, and most recently, the COVID-19 solidarity. Next slide. And over the past year, since June 2021, the Y20 research team has conducted a survey to 5,000 to really get to know their thoughts about education and the creative economy. And these are the top 3 findings. First, our survey reveals that there are 3 major causes of inequalities that affect young people today. First, it is uneven access to education. Second is the limited opportunities to work. And third is growing discrimination. In fact, 1 in 3 people said that the G20 should address universal access to quality education. On the other hand, slightly over than half of the G20 youth that we surveyed said that creative occupations contribute towards an inclusive society. I would like to invite all of you today to learn more about our research through the Y20 white paper, which is now available at the Y20 website at y20-indonesia.org. Next slide. So linking back why we're all here in Connectivity. So why creative economy to diversity and inclusion? Well, the creative economy has the potential to promote inclusion by introducing local culture to global audiences, employing young people like us, and also other members of vulnerable groups, and also adopting innovative ways of working. Even though the creative economy is a new topic in the Y20 starting this year, we have seen that the importance of peace, multiculturalism, and also creativity have all emerged in the past Y20 discussions, say in the last 3 years. And the new diversity and inclusion track this year focuses on improving human capital for young people. As the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the systemic inequalities in the world today, inclusive education and the creative economy can enhance the well-being, not just for young people, but also our society. And it helps us achieve social development and enables us to, as young people, to realize their full rights and potential. Evidently, in several emerging countries, not just Indonesia, actually the creative economy has become a major employer for youth who are underrepresented, marginalized, and also vulnerable. I think previous speakers have also mentioned this. Actually, before the pandemic, the creative economy was a fast-growing sector with a contribution as much as 10% of the world's GDP. And I think as the U20 representative Bu Marulina mentioned before this is also in line with the spirit of the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development that the world celebrated last year, where economic growth, innovation, empowerment, and respect for human rights are all essential to a better pandemic recovery and chart an inclusive society for the future. Next slide. However, despite all those nice things about the creative economy, the COVID-19 also brought new challenges. Our research indicates that lockdowns imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic have severely affected our cultural and creative sectors. We have seen all across the board there's a decrease in demand for cultural and creative services and goods, especially affecting young people being in the micro businesses as they engage in informal work practices and they have few tangible assets, really put them as creative workers and creative entrepreneurs in a fragile situation. And we also see that reduced wages and the loss of employment have really limited young people on the channels that they can express themselves creatively and also sustain financially. And taken as a whole, the COVID-19 pandemic and its ripple effects have thus exposed young people's precarious economic security and how vulnerable they are to the loss of livelihood. Next slide. Our research, since we were looking specifically for young people's conditions, we have outlined major challenges and opportunities. First, the pandemic resulted, as mentioned earlier, there are demand shocks across creative and cultural experiences, goods, and services, which threatens business whose products are especially not accessible digitally. So imagine, as we know in the past 2 years, museums were closed and other venue-based services. Second, as one of the largest sectors employing women, minority groups, and informal workers, their world of work becomes increasingly precarious. Lastly, there's also relatively low awareness for young people to pursue creative occupations, and it all started from what they know from their education and also what they learn in their community, which can overall impact in hampering their freedom of self-expression. On the other hand, now is also the great opportunity for all of us and also the creative economy to reinvent. And our research found that for young people, profit is not always the biggest driver for them to remain or enter as creative workers. In fact, what they need is that a safe space to collaborate can really help young people to continue their work, whether to preserve a cultural heritage or to express creativity. Second, the ability and ease to qualify for certification and gain skills outside formal institutions can really speed up young people to pursue creative occupations. Third, as a generator of innovation, the creative economy has a high tendency to experiment with new ways of working, as creative workers rely heavily on intangible assets, such as their network, expertise, and also reputation in the industry. As such, a framework and an ecosystem that really helps young people to keep innovating and experimenting can really make our cultural diversity and also economy flourish. Next slide.
Sorry to interrupt, Mbak Disti, we have 1 minute more, yeah?
Yeah. Yes, all right. To further develop recommendations that shape the future of youth in the creative economy, actually starting this month, the Y20 welcomes youth representatives to discuss important topics, such as the types of supports for young people, particularly entrepreneurs in the MSMEs. Second is how the G20 can use digital technologies to promote innovation and collaboration, especially representing those voices who are left behind, and discuss initiatives that can help young people to cultivate tolerance and respect for diversity. And in this opportunity, I would like to also invite all of you to collaborate with young people around you and also the Y20 to use the creative economy as a vehicle to drive harmonious cities, improve livelihoods, and promote solidarity, freedom, and peace. Because for young people like us, the future is creative, collaborative, and also inclusive. That's all that I can say here, and I look forward to the panel Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mbak Disti, for your presentations. I think there are lots of key takeaways that we can discuss later on, but I would like to highlight a bit some of key takeaways that Mbak Disti talked, especially about the diversity is one of the key issues, especially for the young people who wants to enter the creative economy. I think one of the interesting points is that young people now are really keen to have kind of safe space to collaborate with each other and also promote partnership and each other. And I think there's some challenging issues as well, such as decreasing demand on creative economy, service and goods. And also, I think one of the interesting point is that this kind of pandemic also exposed to the vulnerability of creative economy structures. I think this really connects to the next speakers. Bapak Asep, are you there? Yes. I think because he is an expert in the macroeconomic and he will discuss in details about the contribution of creative economy. So please welcome Bapak Asep. Screen is yours. Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, the moderator. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for having invited us from the T20 Indonesia to join this conference. As requested, I will use this opportunity to discuss about creative economy, macroeconomics. So let's start with the definition in the next slide, please. So in its simplistic definition, macroeconomics is the study of the economy as a whole, focusing on growth in incomes, which is usually measured using GDP or gross domestic product, the employment or unemployment rate, and the changes in the overall level of prices, which is popularly known as inflation. Yeah. So based on this definition of macroeconomics, I define creative economy and macroeconomics as the study of contribution of creative economy to GDP and GDP growth, which is popularly known as economic growth, employment and employment growth, and finally export and export growth. I don't include inflation in this definition because as far as I know, there is not yet available specific price series for creative economy products. So let's move to the next slide. Let's start with the contribution of creative economy to GDP. From the graphic, we can see that in Indonesia, before COVID-19 pandemic, the contribution of creative economy to GDP is more than 7%. Yeah. According to some data, the contributions of creative economy to GDP at the global level currently is around 6.1%. So the rate in Indonesia is higher than the global rate. Yeah. So as a comparison, a contribution to GDP of around 7% is similar to the contributions of the mining and quarrying sectors. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with the contribution to economic growth. In this graphic, we can see that before the pandemic, Indonesia's economic growth, which is shown with the blue line, is quite stable at around 5% annually. Meanwhile, the creative economic growth, which is shown by the red line, is more fluctuated, but at around the national economic growth. So based on this growth comparison, we can calculate the contributions of creative economy to economic growth, which is shown in the graph in the purple bar. Yeah. We can see that the contribution of creative economy to economic growth is around 4 to 9%, and the trend before the pandemic was increasing. Now let's continue with employment. From this graphic, we can see that the contributions of creative economy to employment in Indonesia before the pandemic is almost 15%. Yeah? which is double its contribution to GDP. As a comparison, this contribution to employment around 15% is similar to the contributions of the whole manufacturing sector in the country. So it's quite large. Next, its contribution to the employment growth, we can see from this graph that the creative economy employment growth, which is shown with the red line, is always higher than the national employment growth, which is shown with the blue line. And when we calculate the contribution of creative economy to employment growth in Indonesia, this is quite large, between 15 to 30%. And the next one, when we calculate the contributions of creative economy to export, in the next slide, please. We can see that the creative economy has a contribution to export around 11 to 14%. As a comparison, this is similar to the export of manufactured goods, which is about 12.5% of total export. So it's also quite large here. And finally, the contributions of creative economy to export growth. The next slide, please. We see that the creative economy export growth, which is shown with the blue line, while the national export growth is the red line. We see that creative economy export growth actually fluctuates less than the national export growth. And if we calculate the contribution, it also fluctuates. Sometimes we get negative, meaning that when the national economy grow positive, the creative economy export growth negative, and vice versa. So this gives indication that creative economy export growth may be potentially counter-cyclical, meaning stabilizing national export. But we cannot make firm conclusions about this for now. We need a much longer time series data to analyze before come to a firm conclusion. So I think that's what I would like to share about creative economy, macroeconomics. And here's some of the conclusions. First, we see that creative economy has a significant contribution to the national employment and export. But in terms of contribution to GDP, if we want to increase it from the current level of around 7% to say the target of 10%, what we need to do is we need to improve the productivity of the creative economy. And you can see actually this is happening actually before the pandemic, because creative economy's contribution to economic growth was increasing then before the pandemic. We hope that in the recovery that trend will continue. Finally, this is some important contributions from creative economy, which is on employment growth, which is very substantial. And this implies that its contribution to employment, total employment in the future, will increase significantly. I think that's what I would like to share for now. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you so much, Dr. Asep. I think this is really interesting presentations also. He highlighted the contribution of creative economy to the GDP over 7%, and he also said that creative economy contribution to the employment growth ranging from 15% to the 30%. and also see a contribution to the national economic growth about 4 to 9%. And finally, he also stated that there's several points to discuss, especially to increase the contributions of creative economy, then we need to improve its productivity. I think it's really connected to how we can manage human resources, cultural resources, and natural resources as well. And I think finally, like these issues about how we can increase the capacity of creative economy and its contribution to the employment growth, which is really substantial, as he said. So I think we can discuss more detail about this issue. Then let's move on to the Q&A sessions. Maybe the first question from me first, especially to the issues of entrepreneurship or employment, right? I think Mbak Disti also highlighted about how the young or the youth can also contribute to this sector. So currently, raising entrepreneurs becomes one of the important issues, I think, in creative economic sectors. So besides the issues of building a quality of work and productivity, I think there is some factors that may, hinder the new entrepreneur, especially to thrive. That is the access to the network, I think, not only to connect with the financial network, but also how this new entrepreneur can also connect with the social network, private and government institutions. So first maybe to Mbak Disti, since you are from the Y20, so what do you think about this problem and how to help the early stage of entrepreneur in this sector to access a wider network?
Yes, thank you very much, Kang Luki. That's a great question. And over the course of our research period last year and recently, we spoke to a lot of creative entrepreneurs who are in different stages of their career. And I think for the early stage entrepreneurs, the pandemic has made it really hard for them to get their goods or services to really take off. And when we interviewed them, asking what they really need to not just succeed, but as you said earlier, is to thrive in the creative economy, is the access of collaboration and networks. Because as I mentioned in my presentation, these creative entrepreneurs really rely on intangible assets. They might not have stores, but they might have digital presence, and they rely a lot on their reputation and also expertise and to grow their skills. So first is to be able to collaborate, and I think it will be interesting in our Y20 discussion if there is some ideas about exchanges perhaps between creative entrepreneurs in the G20 countries, because the different economies really mean that the creative economy stages are also quite different. So I think learning what other countries put their creative economy in the policies and also in the economic growth agenda can really help them to diversify their portfolio and also gain more skills. And I think for the young people, interestingly enough, they said that the presence of hub is quite critical to them. So I really like Dr. Joyce Yee's presentation earlier about the case studies of Thailand. And I think in several provinces in Indonesia, we have seen that there are a number of initiatives to promote spaces for collaboration or through hubs. And for example, Jawa Barat or West Java is a great example of this. And I would like to see this flourish more, perhaps in the remote areas, because when we interviewed our experts in the creative economy, they said that creative economy for them is pretty much a personal identity. So that's why they remain in the creative industry, because they think that this is personal identity and it is young people's job to continue the cultural heritage of where they belong. So that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mbak Disti. Dr. Asep, you have any thought about this?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, one of the greatest challenges for creative economy, if it wants to increase its contribution to the GDP, is to increase its productivity. Yeah? And there are several ways to increase this productivity. One is, of course, injecting more capital into the economy. Yeah? That will hopefully increase the productivity. Also improving the technology, that will also help improve the productivity. But also the human capital is one of the most important factors to improve productivity. So the entrepreneurs in the creative economy will need to improve its skills, yeah, so it can improve its human capital, and in the end it will also increase its productivity. So I think that from the macroeconomic point of view, improving the skills of the entrepreneurs will contribute to improving the creative economy's productivity.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Asep. I think both have expressed interesting answers, especially about the hub, and also at the same time we need to also some access to the capital and also improving the human capital as well. And I think both speakers also talk about the diversity. So this is one of the issues that I also think really interesting to discuss. As some of the panels said, that many people believe that the occupations in creative economy sector could help enriching each individual capacity to thrive, because lots of opportunities or space in the creative economy for self-expression. So each person can have self-expression, but I think consequently there will be various types of expression will emerge, which on the one hand, this will be good as a diversity is the important asset for the creative economy, as I think Mbak Disti said so. But on the other hand, there will be a potential for conflict to raise because of this kind of diversity. So the question is how to make sure the equity and also the tolerance between the actors among this kind of diversity situations. So maybe Dr. Asep, you have any comments on this?
Okay. On the diversity, it is actually also reflected in the economy, because the creative economy actually is not one specific economic sector. Currently, the government calculates creative economy based on the 5-digit sectors, and they have identified more than 200 5-digit sectors which can be identified as part of the creative economy. So even from the economic point of view, the diversity is reflected in the range of sectors and products produced by the creative economy. So I think this is a great potential for creative economy to increase its contribution to the national economy. Why? Because with such diversity, the creative economy can become, as I mentioned in my presentation, can become a stabilizing factor in the economy. Because with such diversity, when some of the sector was hit, for example, by a crisis, the other sectors can be helped actually by the same crisis and thrive. So there will be a balancing factor, and hence it will become a counter-cyclical trend to the national trend. So I think from economic point of view, the diversity in the creative economy actually is a positive and stabilizing factor to the economy as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting point about the balancing between these diverse sectors. When one is maybe low, then one is high, then they can collaborate each other to go together. So, Mbak Disti?
Yes. So when it comes to having can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So when it comes to achieving an equitable creative industry, I think the first key aspect for us is representation, because as I mentioned, the creative economy is actually one of the largest sectors employing women, minority groups, and I think having not just their works, but also their representation seen at the macroeconomic level or the policy level really matters. And I think before it gets to equitable, we need to make sure, are we inclusive enough? Have we given the right platform to people who are marginalized and people who are left behind to contribute and say their thoughts in the important subjects? And I think with creative economy, I know a lot of creative young people in my lifetime, and I think they always have innovative ideas, and I think they always find very unique ways to do something. And I think through this diversity of self-expression through their work, it's going to really contribute to make what makes a city diverse, what makes a city creative, and what makes a city harmonious. Because I think it's always incredible to see when you visit a city and you see a lot of murals and art installations as an expression of current issues and also what's happening in our society today. So yes, equitable starts with representation, and I'm very proud to say that the Y20 this year is also focusing to be more inclusive, as we have invited representatives from people with disabilities, indigenous communities and local peoples, and also refugees. So I'm quite excited to see how the discussions will unfold starting this week. And yes, I also welcome the opportunity for all government bodies and also the G20 engagement groups and working groups to work with us in achieving an inclusive creative economy agenda.
Right, thank you. Yeah, make sure the representations in creative economy, that's a great point. So, right, so I will give opportunity for audience here. Do you have any questions? Maybe you can raise your hand and the committee will help to give the mic. Any question from the floors? Okay, go ahead. Punten, ada yang bisa? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, thank you first for this excellent panel. A very simple question. So we have different perspectives now from different engagement groups, the youth, the think tanks, here the Urban 20 and so on, right? The same question would be, after this conference, Connecticity, how to ensure connectivity between different approaches, Y20, Urban 20, T20, and others, on creative economy?
Yeah, great. That's a great question. So how to ensure the connectivity between all actors? So maybe we, Mbak Disti, can you go ahead, perhaps?
Yes, and I think the issue with the G20, as the presidency changes every year, there's always that question, who's going to continue all the great work and great policy recommendation that's been made each year? And I think in the Y20, I can say that there is a good passover. Like, we have a strong community of Y20 organizers. We always keep each other updated with progress and also developments on the G20 issues. And I'm optimistic that what goes in the Y20 discussions, particularly in creative economy and youth, will be carried over to the next presidencies of the G20. Because I think with us introducing creative economy in the Y20 summit this year, it gets a lot of people excited, and it makes it clear why creative economy should and will be the Y20 agenda. And I hope like this is not the last with our legacy, and I hope the spirit of inclusivity really rolls over to future years of the G20 Youth Summits.
Right, thank you, Mbak Disti. Bapak Asep?
Okay, I agree very much with Mbak Disti that after Indonesia finished its presidency of G20, all of these activities of all kinds of engagement groups within G20 should not end, yeah, but we should continue maintaining it, as has also been happening in other countries, yeah. For example, in Germany, they have the Global Solution Summit every year. In Italy, they have the Global Policy Forum every year, which both are continuations from their presidency of G20 previously, yeah. So I think we also need to start to think from now about how in Indonesia we will continue all of these activities, discussions, and engagement groups that have been formed right now, because it will be a pity if we just end everything with the end of the presidency. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Pak Asep, is enough? Okay. Is there any questions from the floor? No? Okay, then we can continue to the next question. So both speakers also highlighted about the role of digital technology. That's, I think, become buzzword in every sectors. And it seems that this technology really promising tool to enrich the innovations and also to ensure the voice of marginalized, underrepresented, or minor community to be heard or to be visible, yeah, in the context of creative economy. So is there any way to solve these issues beside the digital technology? Pak Asep, you have any idea?
So what's the question?
The digital technology seems to be kind of promising tools to enrich the innovations and make sure the unheard community or minor community to be visible. But is there any way to solve this problem or to help the innovations beside utilizing digital technology?
Okay. Basically, I agree that digital technology is very important, especially, and will become more important in the future, not only for the creative economy, but for the economy as a whole. And it is actually also one of the technological change that can improve the technology, the productivity of the creative economy. Yeah, but I think we have to be also careful because digital technology is not the panacea that will solve all problems. Yeah, as you mentioned, that there are still many people who are left behind. Hence, we have the problem with the digital divide, for example. That things that we need to resolve first. And our research finds that actually joining digital economy is not a guarantee of welfare improvement of the left behind people. Yeah, so they will need assistance in improving their digital skills when they join the digital economy. Yeah, not just joining. Joining is the first necessary step, but it's not enough. There are many other things that we need to do to improve their capacity in utilizing the digital technology. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, Dr. Asep said like digital technology is not a guarantee, yeah? It's not a panacea for solving all the problems. So, Ibu Disti, do you have any thought on this?
I just wanted to concur with Pak Asep's statement that digital technology is not a cure for all, but however, it is a very powerful tool to make sure that every voices that has been unheard of or left behind can really say and be in the same level as everybody else. And I think in the world of creative economy, when it comes to digital technology, we also need to talk about innovation because as I mentioned in my presentation, initially during the early days of the pandemic, the creative sectors that are not accessible digitally was really struggling because they didn't know any other ways to promote their services or showcase their goods. And I think with recent years, we have gotten a lot better. I think there has been a lot of digital collaboration between creative workers. And even though this is still in early days, and I'm sure it comes with its challenges and problems and opportunities, I look forward to having that digital technology discussion in the Y20 Summit, as we will discuss that starting this month too. So we'll see, but I agree that this is not a cure for all, but hopefully it can be a force for good.
Right. Thank you, Maristi. Okay, since we talk a lot about people and human and many stakeholders that really, I think, really human-centric, yeah? But current debates in several disciplines, let's say like social anthropology and also in the sector of environmental studies, they have called for redirecting our attention to the interdependence of living and non-living beings. Yeah? That includes animal, plants, materials, objects, physical forces, and even spirit, yeah, to allow a conversation across the world. I think these issues really resonates with the issues of sustainability, and I think they will become one of the topic previous years, yeah, creative economy for sustainability. So how far do you think the actors in creative economic sectors can respond to this call or these issues, and we can think beyond the human-centric approach in our everyday practice, especially in the creative economic sector? So Maristi, maybe?
Yes, I think with the issues of creative work and sustainability, I think what is evident in the past few years with the COVID-19 pandemic that planet health and also human health are pretty much inextricably linked. And I think with creative economy in general, there's actually a research by the British Council saying that the youth social enterprises actually correspond to the SDGs. So whatever business they're in, products and goods and services, they always think about how can my products or services really solve the world's challenges? So I think with recent climate changes and disasters, not just Indonesia, but also all across the globe, has shown that I think for young creative workers, this is also the same spirit that I've seen that the young creative workers and businesses think about how they can be useful, not just for monetary purposes, but also really solve or maybe like contribute to the important discussions that young people should be concerned about the world's issues, and young people can be the force for good, and young people can really be powerful if they collaborate and they work together to really, care about what's happening in the future, because at the end of the day, the future of our world is really in our hands as young people. So I'm sure young people, as you know, they always try to think ahead and they try to be innovative and be creative to the world's biggest challenges.
Okay, thank you, Badisti. Pasep?
Yeah, I think this is a very important question, and in my view, I think almost everybody now agrees that sustainability is the key for our life in this planet. And the government, as mentioned by Ibu Amalia in the keynote speech, approach to this is by developing blue economy and a green economy, to achieve this sustainability. I think I would like to add one other approach to this sustainability is by, I think Indonesia should start developing circular economy in many of its sectors. And I think there are many studies now have shown that circular economy can also be profitable and hence will increase business profit, and hopefully this will become a trend in the future. So the sustainability of our economic activities and our life in general will become better in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm really curious about the young people, Badisti, especially as you mentioned, like as you are in the future handling this whole problem, and you said like before that young people really aware about not only about human but about the environment and nature. So do you have any examples like how the young people in current era like have a connection between nature and culture, which I think really split in the previous time, but what kind of real action that you can share to us in these issues?
Yes, I think when it comes to the real concrete examples that I can share between creative economy and also the sustainability aspect of their businesses is really, like what Pa Asep said, there has been a lot of examples of creative businesses actually working in circular economy. So I think as simple as, in Indonesia, we have now eliminated the use of plastic bags. And what I've seen that a lot of my friends have come up with their own designs and of their, shopping tote bags. And it's becoming kind of like a statement, like a personal statement for young people. So whatever that says on the tote bags is usually encapsulates their moral values, or maybe just a little joke, or maybe illustrations that we created. So that's an example. And we have also seen in the circular fashion, there's been a lot of examples emerging in the fast fashion businesses. So a lot of them have focused on like zero waste fashion lines and reuse on the old materials, and perhaps like really upcycling like the waste that are from the fast fashion into something that's more meaningful and more personal to them. Because I think in the world of creative economy for young people, there's also the aspect of personalization. Like the young people really want to buy products or services that spoke really personally to them, the things that really resonate to them. So I think when it comes to unique creative designs that really appeal to a lot of young people, and I can see this trend really taking off in the next few years as well, because I think with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to start to really rethink about our consequences and also like our actions and the way we think. And I think linking back to sustainability, it's also about changing the mindset into thinking ahead, not just thinking short term, but also the long term.
Right, great, yeah. Okay, so since we are almost out of time, maybe in 1 minute, so I think I want to hear like what's the main message that you would like to audience to take away from these conversations. So perhaps we can start from Pak Dr. Asep.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to emphasize again some of the numbers that I have presented. We see that the contributions of creative economy on employment growth is very substantial, 15 to 30%. It implies that many of those joining the creative economy are indeed young people. But these young people, in 10, 20, 30 years' time, they will become mature and more established. Yeah. But the problem is that with this creative economy is that, or not the problem, but the challenge for this creative economy is how we can improve the productivity of the creative economy, because we don't want in the future our economy become a third poverty economy, but more on third wealth economy. And the only way to do that is how the creative economy can improve its productivity. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Pak Asep. And perhaps Mbak Disti?
Yes, I think what I want all of the guests and panelists here today to take away from the presentation that I presented is really there are 1.8 billion of young people in the world today, which is the largest young generation in history. And I think it's a bit of a waste if we don't talk to them, if we don't work with them to really think about how we can all have a better and greener and more sustainable pandemic recovery. Because I think with inclusive education and creative economy, this will really enhance young people's capital. And I think, as Pak Asep mentioned, if we have stronger human capital, we can really boost our economy and productivity. And I think for us to get away from the pandemic is really through collaboration and innovation together, not just as a nation, but hopefully the whole G20 will work together in charting a more inclusive and sustainable future.
Great. Thank you very much for Mbak Disti and Pak Asep for the discussions. Let's give final applause for all presenters today. Terima kasih. And also thank you for all audience for joining us today. Stay safe and be healthy. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Please give a warm applause once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the moderator on duty and also for the two speakers. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to our next agenda. There will be book launching, but before that, I want to inform once again. Yesterday, I have informed this several times, but I will inform this once again, that besides the CONNECTI City 2022, we have a side event, which is an exhibitions. We have the mini exhibitions held here at Gedung Merdeka. We have 8 booths, and the participants are Flora Tama Market by Labuan Bajo Flores Tourism Authority. We also have Pebble from We Are Circular East Java, Hubs for Good by British Council. We also have typical culinary products of West Nusa Tenggara, Regional National Crafts Council of East Java Province, and references for future books and publication, and also Jabarkan Ekraf Hub from West Java Tourism and Culture Agency. And also we have an art installation or an exhibition at Paris Van Java Mall called 9 Earths Exhibition, which will be held until 31st March of 2022. So make sure you come visit Paris Van Java and visit the 9 Earths Exhibition. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great pleasure for me to announce the next agenda. We will now witness the book launching. And in total, there are 4 books for today's launch. And the first book is Prospect 2021, West Java Creative Economy Development Opportunities and Recommendation. This book is a guide for creative economy stakeholders regarding opportunities, development, and recommendation. The second one is White Paper on Indonesia Creative Cities Volume 2. It is 11 ways towards future cities networking, matching, building strategy. And this is contain concept, models, and framework of ICCN. The third book is Creative Creative Economy 2030, reviving the creative economy facilitated by the digital marketplace, will be critical to realizing an inclusive recovery that boosts MSMEs and employment for women and youth in the region's rural. And the last one is Intersecting Volume 1. This is on sustainable responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, is proposing sustainable responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. This 7th volume of the Intersecting series builds on implicit institutional and procedural knowledges of stakeholders from business and politics to society across 9 interconnected and dimensions. Please give a warm applause for the 4 books that are launched today. And if you are wondering what is inside of the books, you can visit the booth behind you here at Gedung Merdeka. Okay, and if that was too fast for you, I will repeat it once again in a more slower pace, of course. The 4 books that are launched today, the first one is Prospect 2021. Can we have the visual? Okay, the Prospect 2021 about West Java creative economy development opportunities and recommendation. That was the first book. And then the second one is White Paper on Indonesia Creative Cities Volume 2, 10 Principles, 11 Ways Towards Future Cities, Networking, Matching, Building Synergy. This white book contains concepts, models, and frameworks of ICCN that have become guidelines for all its members and networks. The third book is Creative Economy 2030. This is created by West Java and also Asian Development Bank Institute. Reviving the creative economy facilitated by the digital marketplace will be critical to realizing an inclusive recovery that boosts MSMEs and employment for women and youth in the region's rural and urban areas. And the last book that is launched today is Intersecting Volume 1 on sustainable responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. Intersecting Volume 2, Bending the Linear Economy, is proposing sustainable responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 4 books that are launched today, right on Connectivity 2022 Day 2. And next, before we are moving on to the closing ceremony, first we are going to see the special performances taping all the way from Toronto, Canada, in the middle of their world tour, 100-kilometer world tour. Please give a warm applause for Lair.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
We would like to welcome the Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil, the Head of West Java Craft Council, Mrs. Atalia Praratya, Regional Secretary of West Java Province, Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, Head of West Java Office and Tourism Culture, Mr. Beni Bahtiar. I'd like to welcome you and please have a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to welcome the Honorable Governor of West Java, the Honorable West Java's Head of West Java's Craft Council, the Honorable Regional Secretary of West Java Province, the Honorable Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, and the Honorable speakers who are present here. We have Mr. Rainer Kern, Mr. Nicola J. Abusho, Mr. John Yubigin, and also Mrs. Dwinita Larasati. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the recap of the second day of Connectivity 2022, since 1 p.m. Indonesia time, we have two panel interactive which discuss about creative economy, and the last panel is about G20 Working Development Group. And also, earlier before, we have book launching. We have 4 books that are launched today. The first one is Prospect 2021 West Java Creative Economy Development Opportunities and Recommendation. The second one is White Paper on Indonesia Creative Cities Volume 2, 10 Principles, 11 Ways Toward Future Cities Networking Matching Building Synergy. The third book is Creative Economy 2030. Creative Economy 2030 is put together by West Java and also Asian Development Bank Institute. And the fourth one is Intersecting Volume 1 on Sustainable Responses to the COVID-19 Pandemic, and Intersecting Volume 2, Bending the Linear Economy, who is proposing sustainable responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second day of Connectivity 2022. For these 2 days, we have been actively engaging in the discussion which produce inputs to the government and input to the society on how to conduct in developing the creative economy. However, before we are going to move along to the closing ceremony, first we are going to witness and listen the presentation West Java Provincial Government's recommendation for the creative economy policy for economy recovery as the co-chair of U20, which will be presented by the Regional Secretary of the Government of West Java Province to Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja. Would you please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Governor of West Java, Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa Muhammad Ridwan Kamil, Honorable Mrs. Atalia Praratya Ridwan Kamil, welcome to this event. And also my colleague, Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, Pak Beni Bahtiar, speakers, delegates, partners, and all participants from international and national institutions and all cities regency in West Java, and also creative community from all regions of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this event begins by the preparatory meeting activities that have been held at the Creative Center of Purwakarta on February 2nd, 2022. And this event was invited for 5 speakers from Indonesia and also foreigners. Among of them come from Thailand and also Malaysia, and also attended by the representative of 27 cities in West Java, which result in the following agreement. The need to improve synergetic and collaboration between creative economic stakeholders in the national and international creative economic development, especially in achieving the post-COVID-19 SDGs objective. And today, in this historical building, the Museum of Asia-Africa Conference, I can report on the first day on this event with 15 speakers and was attended more or less 1,000 participants, including delegates from ministries, embassies, provincial governments, provincial Dekranasda, the representative of 27 cities of West Java, committee chair or creative community representative from all over West Java. On this day and the second day of the event, we invited 8 speakers with 250 participants. From this event, we identified 7 actionable recommendations aligned with the agenda of 2030 of the United Nations to leverage the socio-economic potential of the creative economy. The 7 recommendations are: first, creative economy at city and subnational government level. For example, Kreasi from Jabar, and also Ambon Music Office, and CEA Thailand, and also Design Singapore Council. And then the second is informal economic that support creative economic. For example, policy evidence research on informal economic, ADBI CE 2030. And the third is creative diplomacy. For example, West Java project with British Council, etc. And the fourth is creative city framework and index. Cities should have the capability to identify that measure their creative economic potential. And the fifth, creative economic and digital transformations. And the sixth is circular creative economic, and the 7, indigenous society, local wisdom, right to the city. Last but not least, local government should include the creative economic sectors as an integrated part of economic, social, spatial, and also environment plans in support of the achievement of the sustainable development goals. That is the last, and I think the last but not least also, today we will hand over the 7 recommendations to the governor. Thank you very much.
Pak Setiawan, would you please stay at the stage? Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to witness the handover of the West Java Provincial Government's recommendation for the Creative Economy Policy for Economy Recovery as co-chair of U20. Therefore, I would like to invite the Honorable Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil, to please come to the stage. And Mr. Setiawan Wangsaatmaja will hand over the West Java Provincial Government's recommendation to the Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause for the handover of the West Java Provincial Government's recommendation for the Creative Economy Policy. Okay, thank you very much once again. Mr. Setiawan, you may return to your seat, and I would like to invite Mr. Ridwan Kamil to please remain on stage and please head over to the podium. We will now going to move directly to the closing remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, delivering his closing remark, please welcome the Governor of West Java, Mr. Ridwan Kamil.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun, Shalom, Salam Sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and good afternoon to everybody. Mostly my warm regards to all the distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, partners, and all participants, international and national delegates, and also the virtual participants all over the world. Once again, thank you for finishing this two-day conference in a very successful result. I received 7 recommendations that I will bring and present to the central government to be discussed and announced in Bali in October during the summit of G20. As you know, we are very proud this year. In 2022, Indonesia is the host of G20. We are holding the G20 presidency once every 20 years. Yeah, so we should be grateful and happy because the next presidency will happen in 2042. Yeah, so I think 2022 is a very historic year for all of us. Yeah, the G20 has so many engagement groups, including what we are doing today. The province of West Java, the home to 50 million people, we are responsible for 3 events, engagement groups. Number 1 is Urban 20 with Jakarta. We co-chair with Mr. Anies Baswedan, the governor of Jakarta. We will have several events, including today, and the summit of mayors and governors will happen soon in the next 2 months. The second responsibility to West Java is we are supporting the Youth 20. So all the youth leaders from the G20 will come and discuss the future from the perspective of the young leaders and young generations. The third responsibility to West Java is supporting the Think 20. Yeah. So it's a think tank coming from G20 countries to discuss the future of our world, the future of our economy. And that's basically the responsibility of West Java supporting the success of G20. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we are also discussing the 3 main themes in this G20 summit. Recover together and recover stronger. It means collaboration is the key. Networking is everything. Yeah, collaborating also is a winning recipe to make the world prosper together and more peaceful. We have 3 disruption happening during our lifetime, especially in these decades. Number 1 is the disruption of the global warming, yeah, creating a new mindset of how we respond with more responsible lifestyle, with our green lifestyle, with our more green economy. This morning, we signed 100 million US dollar to produce green infrastructure in the capital of Bandung to support the long-term success in terms of green initiative. I come with electric vehicle. I'm the only governor every day using the EV just to walk the talk, to campaign that if the governor driving a EV, then we hope the whole governor in Indonesia, the mayors, and everybody also will do the same. Second disruption is, of course, the COVID pandemic. It will create so many post-COVID lifestyle, yeah, including work from home becoming a norms, yeah. Some will be permanently work from home. I just learned, no longer an option, yeah. Digital business because of COVID in West Java increased 60%, 60%. Now, my mom, 83 years old, is using interactive WhatsApp communication with emoticon. So digital migrant is really becoming a new phenomenon after COVID. Yeah, we use, of course, digital learning for education. We use for communication. We use for trade and also many things related to digital. The third disruption is, of course, the digital revolution of 4.0. So we are seeing the new opportunities coming. Yeah, from our research shows there will be 80 million job loss to 4.0. It's a consequence of this digital era. Some old school jobs definition will disappear. But at the same time, more than 100 million new jobs definition will also arrive to the world, yeah, in the form of digital marketing, in the form of content creating, in the form of big data analysts, in the form of many new jobs opportunity coming from 4.0 revolution. So I think these three disruption, global warming, digital, and pandemic, this is something we need to embrace. We need to see what the role of the city must respond to these three disruption. What is the role of creative mind, creative community to these three disruption? It's no longer the same, yeah. We are designing the future. This building in 1955 held a big conference in 1955 to redesign, to rethink the future of the world from this building. Yeah, this building has 10 conclusion. I was presented 7, but 1955 was presented 10. We call it Dasasila Bandung, and liberating many countries in Asia and Africa. Yeah, so we have this is very special and historical building. The same chairs in 1955 that you are sitting now is the same, all the same. Yeah. So in the spirit of this building of Gedung Merdeka, I think 7 recommendations will change the face of the world. The 7 recommendations we will distribute to the many cities that will use creativity as a main engine of the economy. Yeah. So we hope because of this recommendation, I think we will see the new wave of creative city coming in the next decades or so. So West Java is very committed to bring this creative economy to our future. Number one, we are the only government in Indonesia who already has the regulation. We call it peraturan daerah. It's a regional regulation on creative economy. West Java also the only province to have the Creative Council, like in UK. It's a group of creative mind advising the leaders what to do for the creative economy and all ecosystem. Yeah. So we are also building creative center like Lighthouse in Glasgow to be established in 27 cities in West Java. We are also pushing the education of SMEs because West Java economy 90% are SMEs. But SMEs that are more creative, SMEs that are responding and adapting to what we call digital revolution. Yeah. And also we are using creative economy as a diplomacy. Regretfully, we see the Russia and Ukraine war. I think we need to sit more, discuss more, having more communication instead of solving problem with military actions. So that's what we call the diplomacy power. So we are using this diplomacy culture to solve all the global issues. Yeah. West Java using creative economy diplomacy also to make a good relationship with other cities in other country. We use angklung. Angklung is a bamboo music instrument. West Java sent to the whole embassy all over the world, 200 embassies having music instrument as a cultural diplomacy. We use batiks. Now batik is worn by the K-pop superstars in Korea, designed by myself, the batiks, and now South Korean people understand and respect batik. Yeah. We use drink diplomacy when there was a visit by the UK Foreign Minister, Mrs. Elizabeth. So I served her the cendol Elizabeth. Yeah, is a local drink named after after her, Elizabeth. So 50% all my diplomacy, John, is received by the Foreign Minister of UK. So she invites me to London after COVID because of drink diplomacy called cendol. So I think we need more creativity, soft diplomacy to send the message. So I think to conclude, we are hoping we can recover stronger, yeah, and we are hoping we can also recover together, yeah. We have our national slogan, unity in diversity, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, because Indonesia made of 17,000 islands, made of 700 languages, made of 5 religions. So without the spirit of unity in diversity, I think there will be no Indonesia. So I think this is also the message to the world. Let's discuss, let's communicate, yeah, let's recover together and stronger. G20, only 20 countries, but responsible to 85% of the world economy. So this is how strong this group of 20. And to all Indonesian, we must be proud. Indonesia now ranked number 16 out of 20 countries. In 10 years, Indonesia predicted to be number 10 biggest GDP economy in the world. And 2045, when you are all become the leader replacing me, yeah, Indonesia predicted to be number 4 biggest economy in the world after China, United States of America, and India. So by the time of 2045, I'm hoping all the thinkers, all the young generation that are sitting in this conference will take over and become the decision makers to my country, to the world. Hopefully no more wars, more collaboration, less competition. I think that would be the future that I want to see for 2045. Once again, thank you for this successful event of CONNECTI cities. Yeah, let's keep in touch. Let's build a stronger and expanding network of cities, and we are hoping in October this year, the 7th recommendation also will become one of the most important recommendation that can become the standards, norms to the world after G20. Terima kasih, hatur nuhun atas perhatiannya. Kurang lebih itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan dunia lebih damai, ya, dunia lebih maju, dunia lebih sedikit miskomunikasinya, dunia lebih banyak kolaborasinya, kurang-kurangi kompetisinya, perbanyak kerjasamanya, dan Anda-Anda semua yang mendengarkan duduk di sini, yang muda-muda ini suatu hari akan jadi wali kota, jadi gubernur, jadi presiden, jadi menteri, jadi CEO, saya titip ya, masa depan dunia kalau bisa lebih baik dibanding sekarang, bukan lebih buruk, lebih lancar, bukan lebih macet, lebih dingin, bukan lebih panas, kan begitu ya, lebih sejahtera, bukan jadi lebih miskin, lebih pada pintar, bukan lebih pada kurang pintar, pokoknya lebih-lebih yang sifatnya berita baik ada di tangan Anda sekarang. Terima kasih, hatur nuhun, itu saja yang bisa sampaikan. Thank you everybody and see you in the next conference. Hatur nuhun, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening to everybody, thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ridwan Kamil, kami mohon untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will witness the taking pictures together. And I would like to invite Head of West Java's Craft Council, Mrs. Atalia Praratya. I would like to invite also the Regional Secretary of West Java Province, Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, to please come on stage. I would like to invite the Assistant of Regional Secretary for Governance and Social Welfare, Mrs. Dewi Sartika. I would like to invite Head of West Java Office of Tourism and Culture, Mr. Beni Bahtiar. And I'll also like to invite the honorable speakers who are present here, Mr. Rainer Kern, Mr. Nicola J. Abusho, Mr. John Newbegin, and Mrs. Dwini Talarasati to please come forward to the stage. And next I would like to invite Country Director of British Council, Mr. Hugh Moffat, to please come forward to take pictures together as well. Okay, we will now witness the honorable guests and also the speakers at CONNECTI City 2022 taking pictures together. On the count on 3, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3. For the second pose, put your right hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, and to Mr. Ridwan Kamil, and also to the all honorable guests on the stage. We are now going to invite you to please enjoy the exhibition on the back side of the Gedung Merdeka. And would like to some help from the committee to please. Ya, sekali lagi kami persilahkan Bapak Ridwan Kamil beserta Ibu Atalia Praratya, Bapak Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja, kemudian Ibu Dewi Sartika, Bapak Beni Bahtiar, and also the honorable speakers, Mr. Rainer Kern, Mr. Nicola J. Abusho, Mr. John Newbegin, Mrs. Dwini Talarasati, and also Mr. Hugh Moffat, to please enjoy the exhibition, the mini exhibition that we have here at Gedung Merdeka. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, the closing remarks that have been delivered by the Governor of West Java have summed up our 2 days event. What a productive 2 days of seminar with a lot of speakers from Indonesia and also foreign countries who share their knowledge and best practices. We hope that there are a lot of new things to learn and also a lot of new things to apply for all the participants. And of course, I would like to express the sincere gratitude to all the honorable guests, the speakers, moderators, and all the participants who have joined us at this event, both offline and online. And also, I would like also to say thank you very much to the government of West Java and also the supporting partners, West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee, Bank BJB, British Council, Indonesia Creative City Network, Pebble, and Asia Africa Conference Museum who have put together this event. We sincerely hope that through this event, numbers of inclusive solutions are made to provide a sustainable development and offer structure of resilience in the face of economic and financial crisis. I'm Agi Rahmawati as your host, signing off today. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, and ladies and gentlemen, may we always light up the spirit of G20, recover together, recover stronger.
Tes, cek. Tes. Cek 1 2 3, cek 1 1 2 3. 1 2 3 cek. Cek 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Paris, Paris menjawab. I'm from France. Yes. Very almost. Oh yeah, yeah. Good. Thank you. Hmm? Yeah, no problem.
C.